Good evening. Welcome to tonight's meeting of the Edina City Council. My name is Jennifer Bennerat. I'm the city's Communications and Technology Services Director, and I help oversee the audio and visual presentations during the meeting. First of all, if you've not already done so, please silence your cell phones and pagers. If you did not pick up a copy of the agenda, they are on the wooden podium just outside the glass doors to my left. If you're here tonight to address the council, you may do so during public hearings when the mayor asks for public testimony or during the community comment portion of the agenda. You are allowed 3 minutes to speak. Please stand at one of the two side podiums. That's this one here or this one here. Stand only where I am if you have audio or video materials to present. At that time, I'll give you a wireless microphone like the one I'm using. Before beginning your remarks, please clearly state your full name and address, including apartment or suite number if applicable. At that time, the green light will turn on at your podium, signaling the start of your 3 minutes of speaking time. When you have 30 seconds remaining, the yellow light will turn on and you should begin to wrap up your remarks. And of course, when your 3 minutes has ended, the red light will turn on. You should conclude your remarks and take your seat. If at any time tonight you have difficulty hearing, please signal me or another member of the city staff, and we'll provide you with what's called a listen device. It's a device that simply slips over your ear and amplifies what our microphones are picking up. If by chance you decide not to stay for the whole meeting, please keep in mind that the only thing separating these chambers from the lobby is a sheet of glass. So often we can hear conversations going on in the lobby in here, and more importantly, we can pick you up on our microphones. So please keep your conversations as quiet as possible, moving closer to the police department if possible. Looks to be a kind of nice night outside, so you might even want to take those conversations outside. With that, does anyone have any questions before we begin? Okay, enjoy the meeting.
That's right.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, thanks. You did bring a few too, though.
Okay, we got a red. We're just waiting for the green. She disappeared. Is she ready to go? Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the April 2nd, 2013 meeting of the Edina City Council and the Edina Housing and Redevelopment Authority. Roll call, please.
Member Bennett? Here. Member Brindle? Here. Member Sprague?
Here.
Member Swenson?
Here.
Mayor Hovland?
Here. First of all, to you in the audience, our apologies for getting a little bit of a late start here, but we were upstairs working in a work session for a couple of hours, so thanks for bearing with us. First thing on the agenda this evening is the approval of the form of the meeting agenda. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
A motion and a second to approve the meeting agenda as shown. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And then we have the consent agenda. Is there anyone on the council that wishes to remove an item from the consent agenda? Member Swenson.
Jay.
J. Okay, I'm going to remove E. which is the Art Center Board.
I was going to
Matter?
remove E as well, thank you.
E. Okay, good. All right, great. Is there
Make a motion to approve the rest of the agenda.
I'll second.
all right, we got a motion and a second to approve the balance of the consent agenda with the exception of items E and J. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed say nay. Carried. And then item E first, I'll let Member Brindle go first, and Member Bennett, and then I'll go from there, depending on what concerns you've raised or issues.
Well, I just had some wordsmithy things that I thought might strengthen the duties section. So I'm looking at B, C, D, E, and I. So to strengthen B, I'd like to suggest encourage leadership and advocacy in advancing the role and value of arts and culture in Edina, including music, dance, theater, decorative arts, painting, culinary, ceramics, sculpture, literature, media arts, and public art. So I just adding a little more strength to the verbiage at the beginning, encourage leadership and advocacy in advancing the role and value.
Could you read that again, please?
Encourage leadership and advocacy in advancing the role and value of arts and culture in Edina, including. I thought it added more action in that.
Sure. And I was thinking that since these are representative sort of endeavors, that we should say including but not limited to the following.
Yes.
So that we don't confine them to those specific
right, because
endeavors.
We may add things.
Okay.
And
then
my suggestion for C is facilitate communication, collaboration that promote participation and enhances cultural life of the residents of Edina.
all right, one more time, please. Facilitate.
Instead of develop a means to, it's facilitate communication and collaboration that promotes participation and enhances cultural life of the residents of Edina.
Okay. And then D.
And then D is strengthen partnership with arts and cultural organizations based on mutual respect and equal responsibility for advancing the cultural climate in Edina.
So you've had a dramatic rewrite of that whole section, basically.
I did. I understand where it's going, but I thought it could be stronger with strengthen.
Member Bennett?
I would be content to hear Member Brindle's, all of Member Brindle's recommendations. With D, we're now getting into so many words that I'm wondering if it doesn't suit to come back in a written form.
Yeah, that's what I'm
I've been
thinking, too.
following
I
up
would
until
agree
this
with
point.
you on that.
Okay.
And then go ahead, Member Brindle.
With E, promote artistic and cultural initiatives and make recommendations to the City Council and other boards and commissions.
Okay. And then you had at least one other, I
And
think.
I, represent the Arts Center at community functions throughout the city, including but not limited to Farmers Market, 4th of July Parade, Edina Art Fair, Fall into the Arts.
Okay, yeah, some substantial changes or recommendations. Let's go to Member Bennett and then have a little conversation about this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I had a fairly short list, and I corresponded with Director Fry about this. It seems to be an absolute, and build a vibrant community seems to assure a result, and the other duties are endeavors, and rather than we will guarantee a result. So my question to him was whether we had a helping word with that, such as help build a vibrant community, or I think another suggestion that I had was help to build, or strive to build, or work to build, I think was what I was emailing. Another almost correction is in B, and that is in other literature, it's described as culinary arts, even the Art Center Board's own literature. So I think it's decorative arts and culinary arts, and that word needs to be added. Then the only other questions that I had were on G, recommending and facilitating programs at venues throughout Edina. My question to Director Fry again was whether that was public facilities or whether it was all facilities. His response was that their discussion had been about venues throughout the city, but I'm not sure how appropriately that's within. I think what I will do is I will resend this to Clerk Mangan and ask that it be sent to all council members so they can see this exchange that I had with Director Fry
I think it's
in
good.
writing. And then finally, the very last thing is that 1508.04, committees and working groups, the language in that is consistent with the language of the existing ordinance, but both this language and the language of the existing Art Center Board ordinance are in conflict with the Art Center Board's bylaws and the bylaws of every other board and commission, which make the appointment of board and of committee and working group members, including the chairs, the responsibility of the board and commission members, not the chair of a particular board or commission.
Correct.
So to be consistent, we would, I think, go with the bylaw version of it, since that's consistent to all the boards and commissions. But again, I think that we're looking at this point, it may be enough change.
Yeah.
That it's good to, it would be good to see the proposals
I
in
think it
writing.
would be. Yeah, to have your proposals in writing, have Member
Can I
Brindle's in writing,
comment
and
on
then Member
change
Swenson.
G? I wouldn't list things that they're involved in because those can change all the time, and I wouldn't put that in an ordinance. Where we list decorative arts, but we add the word, but not limited to the following. I guess I wouldn't see a point to putting in a lot of different things that they currently do because that could change next year.
So you're saying including without limitation, music, dance, theater, and so on?
No, but in
Are you talking
G,
about- G.
I think Member Brindle had some events that they currently participate in that she listed, and I just wouldn't put in that into an ordinance form.
Okay.
I know that they were examples, but they could be gone tomorrow, or they could,
Also, with the changes suggested in I, represent the art center, aren't we trying to get away from the bricks and mortar facility? So I would defer back to the original language, representing the city rather than the
or
particular.
maybe it was I that had the examples that I'm talking about with, but yes.
In I. And then in D, I actually like the way it was initially worded for that particular provision.
Maybe
Why don't we
then-
add alternates in there with the recommendations from the respective council members for the next reading so that we have it in front of us and we can decide.
That's a good idea.
Okay,
Can have the alternative language with respect to the proposed changes in each section.
so are you recommending that we vote
Move to
initially
table
on
it?
this, or should we
Yeah, I
table
was-
it and then vote on it?
Yeah, and there was one other issue I wanted to talk to all of you about, and that was, and Member Sprague and I had a little sidebar about it before the meeting started. Does the ordinance as proposed encompass the structure of this new proposed Arts and Culture Commission satisfactorily? It does establish the Arts and Culture Commission. It describes some duties. It discusses composition. But it seems to me that, like when the Energy and Environment Commission, at least this was Member Sprague's recollection, that when that was restructured, and maybe ETC too, the Edina Transportation Commission, there was an ordinance proposed ordinance change that came forward that described the structure of the commission in more detail.
Well, describe
what
the
we
working
have here.
groups and adding working groups.
It also described, I think, some specific activities that they were going to engage in, and in this instance, this is a lot of community education and outreach, I think would be my takeaway reading it again this evening. And it does not necessarily identify much month to month.
Correct.
So you're saying what functions they're going to perform?
Are going to add up so that these goals, because I think it's maybe a more
Right.
goal
Yeah,
expressing
it's
ordinance.
that's all a part of it, I think, is as opposed to duties, there are goals that we want them to try to be achieving.
And they're listed as
as an
duties, but
organization.
they're really goals.
And Your Honor
Manager Neal.
and council members, you accomplish that now with the work plan development that you do with boards and commissions. So they prepare their work plan, they move it up the chain, it comes to you, you have a chance to give your input and approve it, and then it goes back to, so they're on the same footing as all of those other groups, and it's a good way to handle that issue as work and the kind of things that they do changes from time to time. It's better not to codify it, I
Yes,
think, but you still have just as much control and direction over what they're going to do.
The suggestion I had was broader in nature, and I think since the inclination of the council is to table this for 2 weeks, take a look at the way some of those other
Okay.
boards and commissions are structured from an ordinance standpoint and see if there are some things that we're missing topically that should be addressed in this ordinance as well. And then we'll entertain a motion to hold this over for 2 weeks. Member Sprague, did you
So
have a-
as an example, E, develop a long-term plan directed towards fulfilling the needs with respect to art and culture. That would be on their work plan as a strategic objective, not necessarily in the statute relating to their function.
Right.
So it needs to be more succinct, I think is what I hear you saying, Mayor, and more related to their functions than specific goals. That way it won't be outdated in a couple of years when read. With the ETC ordinance, what happened was they had specific goals in there that were met, and that therefore made the ordinance outdated at some point. We want to avoid that.
Yeah, we
if
want to
can
avoid
with this
that.
ordinance.
Good point.
Okay. But if there are ongoing duties or obligations that we think they should have that are different than what's been articulated here, I think we should take a look at some of those things. So anyway, take a look at it, I would suggest. And then is there a motion to table this for 2 weeks?
Second.
Got a motion and a second to table 4E, which is ordinance 2013-05, potentially amending Chapter 15 regarding the Arts Center Board for 2 weeks to our next meeting. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And then we had J, which was a rejection of the bids for Countryside Shelter Building and reauthorize the advertisement of bids.
I was just going to comment on one of the things that was anticipated that might change in trying to reconfigure the building to make it a little bit more reasonable. I am really in favor of that covered picnic area overlooking the play area. Please don't lose that. I'd be willing to figure out a way to pay more for it, but I just thought that was the most unique thing you brought forward in that building. And that was sort of mentioned as something that might get chopped, and I don't want to see that chopped. I think that for healthy living and taking people out of the sun and giving them shade is really important. So that was my only comment that I had on this.
I
Other
concur
comments?
that I was going to remove it for that same reason, and also the large window overlooking
Right.
the skating. Those were the two architectural elements I wanted to see remain in some form.
Okay.
Thank you.
Having given that guidance, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second to reject the bids for the Countryside Park Shelter Building and authorize staff to revise the scope and re-advertise bids for the park shelter project with the guidance that you've gotten from some of the council members. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay.
Thanks,
Carried.
Ann.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have a couple of proclamations that we're going to take care of this evening. Thank you.
Arbor Day is due first.
And first proclamation deals with Arbor Day, April 20, it's in the agenda as April 26th, but here it's April 27th at the header and April 26th down below. So which day is Arbor Day?
I believe it's April 26th.
All right. All right. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas this holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. And whereas 2013 is the 141st anniversary of the holiday, and Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world. And whereas trees are a most valuable resource, purifying our air, helping conserve our soil and energy, serving as a recreational setting providing a habitat for wildlife of all kinds and enriching our lives in other important ways. And whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce life-giving oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas disease, insects, and pollution have damaged and continue to threaten our trees, creating the need for tree care and tree planting programs and fostering greater public concern for the future of our urban forest. And whereas Edina is proud of the beautiful shade trees which grace our homes and public places, now therefore I, James B. Hovland, Mayor of Edina, do hereby proclaim April 26, 2013 to be Arbor Day and call upon the spirited and foresighted citizens of Edina to plant trees now for our pleasure and that of future generations. Is there a motion to adopt the proclamation?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to adopt the proclamation. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Do we have someone here to receive? Is our arborist here? Or, our Park and Rec Director? Director Catry, do you have anything else you want to add?
I don't.
Okay. Thank you. The next proclamation involves Earth Day 2013. Whereas the global community now faces extraordinary challenges such as global health issues, food and water shortages, and economic struggles, and whereas all people, regardless of race, gender, income, or geography, have a moral right to a healthy, sustainable environment with economic growth, and whereas it is understood that the citizens of the global community must step forward and take action to create a green economy to combat the aforementioned global challenges, and whereas a green economy can be achieved on the individual level through educational efforts, public policy, and consumer activism campaigns, and whereas it is necessary to broaden and diversify this global movement to achieve maximum success. Now therefore be it resolved that the City of Edina hereby proclaims April 22nd, 2013 as Earth Day 2013 in order to support green economy initiatives in the City of Edina and to encourage others to undertake similar actions. Furthermore, let it be known that the City of Edina, Minnesota hereby encourages its residents, businesses, and institutions to use Earth Day to honor and celebrate the Earth and commit to building a sustainable and green economy. Is there a motion to adopt the Earth Day proclamation?
So moved.
Second.
We got a motion and a second to adopt the Earth Day 2013 proclamation. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And I thought I saw Bob Gubrud from the Energy and Environment Commission is here to receive the proclamation, and I think you have something you want to talk about, an upcoming event. Yeah, thank you, Bob.
Your Honor and members of the Council, on behalf of the Energy and Environment Commission, I'd like to thank you for issuing the Earth Day proclamation. We really appreciate also your support for the Energy and Environment Commission, and if I may just take a few minutes to kind of brief you on how we intend to publicize and promote the Earth Day proclamation. First of all, I want to thank Jennifer and Ross Bittner, our liaison, for their collaboration and cooperation. Jennifer will be arranging in the Sun Current a notice of the proclamation, which will be in the April 11th issue of the Sun Current. Then, of course, of greatest import will be an event coming up April 18th, which is a special Edina dialogue event. What's up with the weather, how our changing climate, and what we can do about it, with meteorologists Paul Douglas and J. Drake Hamilton of Fresh Energy. So I'd like to invite all of you on the council and everybody here in attendance to put April 18th down on your calendar, and we would really enjoy having you come to be a part of this celebration. To support it also, we have flyers in over 100 locations around Edina. And then due to the creativity of our communications department, if any of you happen to be in our spirit centers over the weekend, you might have come across this special flyer that went into all of the bags, and it was promoting a penny for your thoughts, but also and $5 for your pocketbook. It was also promoting the Edina dialogue. The city website, we have a coverage on the city website. And then Scott, on Friday, if it's okay with you, we're going to the breakfast of the Edina Chamber of Commerce. And then we'll have this resource fair. We'll have the proclamation prominently featured in a frame, sitting on the city table and the energy environment table at the the resource table at the Edina Forum. So we really appreciate your support. in moving us toward a more sustainable economy and reducing our carbon footprint.
All right,
Thank
good.
you.
Thanks, Bob. Is there anything people should know about the Friday breakfast? Is that open to the public?
This is a special event that Scott, I think, I don't know, did I corner you on that one?
Yes.
A little bit?
Yep.
Okay. It's just
All right.
to publicize the event again, so
Okay.
thank you again.
All right. Thanks, Bob. All right, we're going to move along now to the public hearing portion of the agenda. We have one public hearing this evening, and that is something that Director Teague has, and we will move on to that item at this time.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Before you is a request for a redevelopment for a PUD rezoning. This property is located just west here of City Hall, west of Highway 100 on Vernon Avenue. It's on the north side of Vernon on 49th Street. The site consists of 3 properties. Currently, there's a single-family home shown on the slide in front of you. 2 existing apartment buildings. One contains 4 units, the other contains 5. The applicant is proposing to tear these 3 structures down, 10 units in all, and build a 17-unit townhome development on this site. The site is 1.43 acres in size, so the proposed density is 12 units an acre. Give you a couple of quick renderings. This would be what the development potentially could look like from Vernon Avenue, pulled up close to the street, 2 stories on Vernon, and 3 full stories on 49th Avenue. The height on 49th is 37 feet from the existing grade to the 37 and 36 feet to the top. So this is a 2-step development review. Before you tonight is that first step. Tonight's action requires 4 votes of the City Council, and that's because of a comprehensive plan amendment that's proposed. Currently, this site is guided in our comprehensive plan for low-density attached residential, which allows for a maximum of 8 units per acre. So the maximum potential out there today would be 11 units. And again, currently there are 10. So the proposal is to go to a medium density designation that would allow up to 12 units. So it would be on the high end of our medium density range as outlined in the comprehensive plan. Preliminary rezoning from PRD2, Planned Residential District, to PUD is also requested, along with preliminary development plan and preliminary plat. So if the council approves this project this evening, they would then come back with the second step of this project, which would be final rezoning to planned unit development. It would be at that time that we would adopt the zoning ordinance to specify the regulations for the site, a final development plan, and a final plat. So again, the request before the council is a comprehensive plan change, rezoning, preliminary development plan, and preliminary plat. You may recall last fall that the council considered a sketch plan for this project. On the screen was the general concept that you considered. It contemplated 18 units. There was a lot of discussion by the council as well as the Planning Commission when they discussed this on a sketch plan basis was in regard to the density. So from that plan, the applicant has only removed 1 unit down to 17 from the 18 that was contemplated. Another change, they were contemplating pitched roofs, as shown on the screen. The proposal before you has a flat roof, and part of the reasoning the applicants have stated is that to reduce the height with pitched roofs, especially on 49th Street, the buildings would be taller. Again, it's 37 feet down on 49th Street. The Planning Commission reviewed this at their last meeting, and they are recommending approval on a 5-3 vote. There were several conditions that the Planning Commission placed on the project. Initially, they were proposing 24-foot wide driveway, a private drive that would access the site. The Planning Commission suggested that this be reduced down to 18 feet and also shift the homes along 49th Street 6 feet toward Vernon to the south. And these townhomes along here shift also 6 feet. So in reducing this from 24 to 18 and shifting these townhomes closer to Vernon, 12 feet of setback could be gained on 49th Street to lessen those impacts to the single-family homes to the north and to the east. It were also, because of the reduction in width in this drive aisle here, an additional 6 feet could be gained for a 21-foot setback as proposed. Originally, what the Planning Commission contemplated was a 15-foot setback. The applicant, since that meeting, have come back with a proposal to reduce the drive aisles to 18 feet as recommended. However, they're suggesting that they do not want to shift these homes along Vernon an additional 6 feet to be closer to Vernon. Currently, the setback, or as shown here, is 12 feet. Planning Commission was suggesting a 6-foot setback. They believe that setback is too close to Vernon. So they're suggesting, rather than a 37-foot setback on 49th, they're suggesting a 31-foot setback. So it's kind of a hybrid. The resolution before you in the Planning Commission recommendation is to still have that 37-foot setback on 49th and shifting these townhomes closer to Vernon. So in looking at the site plan, access would be gained off 49th Street. All of the drive entrances and garages would be internal to the site. A pedestrian connection is contemplated from 49th Street along the western lot line up to Vernon Avenue. And this would provide a pedestrian connection to this neighborhood in addition to the proposal tonight, but for the single-family homes to the north. This site isn't located within the Grandview plan, but the plan is shown on the screen here, as you see to the south, so it's just across Vernon. So they would be providing that pedestrian link into Grandview. A traffic study was done by Wenken Associates. Ed Terhar is here this evening to answer any questions that the council might have in regard to traffic. But the conclusion of the traffic study was that the additional 7 units added to the site can be supported by the existing roadway system. The applicant is proposing, based on the perimeter of the site, 25 overstory trees are required for the site, and they're suggesting 61. Most of the trees would be removed on the interior of the site. There would be some saved around the perimeter. Again, if the project is approved tonight, we would take a closer look at that in the second step. The building itself, they're suggesting, would be architectural cast stone, painted fiber cement, stained wood panels, fiber cement trim. Just to show you a couple of renderings. Again, there's another look from Vernon. This would be the look from 49th Street. Difficult to see this graphic, but it shows the 36 and 37 foot heights that are contemplated on 49th. A preliminary plat is proposed here, and with the shifting of those townhomes, this would change slightly upon final plat. But as with any subdivisions or platting, park dedication is required. So there are 7 units in addition to what's existing today. The park dedication requirement is $5,000 per unit, so a park dedication fee of $35,000 would be required. The applicant is contemplating future expansion should the properties to the east further develop or redevelop. Extension of that internal road could happen. And as part of the Grandview plan, council may recall that the exit ramp here off of Highway 100, there's a potential for that to go away, so that would expand the land area potential for this site. So primary issues that staff and the Planning Commission considered is medium density reasonable for this site, and is the PUD rezoning appropriate? Again, staff and Planning Commission are recommending approval. This site is provides a transitional land use. Difficult to see on this graphic, but this is the existing comprehensive plan that designates this site for low density attached. It's kind of a transition area from the single family homes to the north into the higher density mixed use site in Grandview. That would continue to be this would continue to be a transitional area. An additional concern that the Planning Commission had, in a condition that they placed, was originally they had contemplated decks on top of the flat roofs on 49th. and there was a stairwell entry that would access those. They have removed those from the plans per that Planning Commission recommendation. The site would be a vast improvement to the existing structures on the site. It does create a more efficient use of the property. Currently, this site really turns its back to Vernon Avenue, and with this project, it really opens up to Vernon with the fronts of the building facing Vernon. And again, all the garage entries are interior to the site, so it's not that welcome to my garage type development from the street. And again, with the enhanced pedestrian connections. The flexibility that's requested through the PUD, based on the heights of the building, that 37-foot height, that becomes the required setback. So as suggested by the Planning Commission, the setback would be met of 37 feet from 49th Street. The applicant is asking for a 31-foot setback this evening. 21 feet is proposed here on the east lot line, 12 feet from Vernon. Planning Commission again suggesting 6 feet, and then 20 feet on the west. The maximum height that's allowed by code today is 30 feet, so the buildings would be taller than the code allows also. So with that, staff and Planning Commission are recommending approval subject to the findings and conditions that are outlined in your resolution. And the resolution does include those Planning Commission recommendations as well.
Member Sprague, question for Director Teague.
Can you walk me through the existing height on the street from building to building?
Yeah, this, let's see.
Existing
Oh, the
pre-project.
existing
Yeah.
height of the existing
The
buildings.
range.
Those, I'm not sure. I'm sorry. I
They're
don't have the
two-story
answer to that.
structures?
They are.
Okay, so we're talking 24 feet max.
Probably true, yes.
Okay.
It depends on where the elevation is. Do we know
From existing grade.
if this is from existing grade? Because those buildings are set farther back on the lot, and they're up on a little bit of a hill, and then the lot drops down as it comes towards the street.
Yeah, that was an issue for the Planning Commission, and they asked the applicant to revise those plans to show from existing grade. So the plans that we looked at the Planning Commission showed a 32-foot height, and they have been revised this evening, and it shows that it's actually a 37-foot height from existing grade.
In an earlier iteration, was there not a sidewalk proposed as part of the plans on 49th?
Along 49th in this location here?
Yeah.
I believe they had, maybe in an earlier version.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes, there was, and they did submit the night of the Planning Commission the changes that had the sidewalks just going straight out.
Okay, and what's the sidewalk network right through there? Do you know? There's nothing, correct?
I don't believe there is
It's a
sidewalks there.
sidewalk that comes down from Vernon that follows the curve road down to the bottom.
And then stops there. So a potentially connection could be made to that and up to Vernon, as well as the vertical path that goes through the site.
Right.
Okay, but there's no sidewalk proposed with these plans. Is this they have one hauler for the association, I assume?
That would be my understanding, yes.
Okay. Thanks.
Other questions for Director Teague at this point in time? Member Bennett.
Yes, thank you. Director Teague, this sheet is labeled Vernon Avenue Townhouses Site Sections, and it shows the east-west, the west elevation, the north-south elevation. Could you put that up?
Maybe if I could use
Yep,
yours.
that's easy enough.
Sorry.
With some submittals, we get something that shows a little more clearly the comparison between the proposed and the existing, but can you point out what it is that we're looking at in these three depictions? So the top one, the west elevation, if I'm correct, is the house across the street from the proposed development. Compare and contrast to that, so that again would be the top one is, okay.
Right, this would be 49th Street here. The southern row, or actually this would be this would be the side facing, say, the Holiday gas station. And then this would be the row of townhomes up on Vernon.
Okay, and then the middle section is depicting,
Looks like a cross-section.
okay.
Now, the middle
Yeah, it's-
section is showing the actual buildings fronting on 49, and the ones fronting on Vernon, without the that one side building that faces the railroad track.
Right,
So it's
Vernon
like
here
cutting through a
again.
section of the building.
And then the lowest of the three is the homes adjacent to the proposed development to the east, is that correct?
Correct. This would be standing on 49th Street. The homes to the west, 49th Street running this way.
Okay. Is it easy enough to bring up page 4-27 of the comp plan land use chapter?
That
Future land use categories. Otherwise, I've got my sheet right here.
Yeah, I don't have that.
Okay.
I think you meant the houses were to the east, not the west.
Yes.
Did I say? I think I said east.
No, you did.
Yeah,
He
okay.
said west.
Okay. So I'm looking at low-density attached residential. This is going to get tricky with the reading glasses, but I read that development guidelines, introduction of more contemporary housing types such as low-density townhouses may be an appropriate replacement for two-family dwellings in some locations, provided that adequate transitions to and buffering of adjacent dwellings can be achieved. And the density range is 4 to 8 units per acre, which is what it's currently guided and zoned, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then medium-density residential, in new development or redevelopment, again, the development guidelines, improve integration of multifamily housing into an interconnected street network and work to create an attractive pedestrian-friendly street edge. And again, in the density range category, that last category over to the right, 5 to 12 units an acre, which you described clearly, this is at the upper end of that. I also want to take a look at the category below, which is high-density residential. And I note that the density range for that is actually 12 to 30 units per acre. So the proposed density for this development, which is just slightly over, I think it's like 12.17 units per acre, actually is not only at the very upper end of medium-density residential, but actually at the low end of high-density residential. Correct?
Could be viewed that way, sure.
Well,
Yes.
according to our comprehensive plan, it is. Okay, great, thank you. I'll get those materials back.
Member Brindle, any questions for Director Teague?
I think I would prefer to wait and get the presentation and then ask questions then.
All right, thanks. Director Teague, hold on just a second. With regard to the traffic study, I know that we've had a lot of folks contact us that are concerned about traffic, and I think it would be worthwhile explaining how we go about doing these traffic studies. So, Mr. Terhar with Wank, explain, how they get retained, who pays for it, so that we
Right.
assure objectivity on these traffic studies.
Yeah, the city hires the consultant. It's paid for by the applicant. So in this case, Wank and Associates was selected to do the study. And again, it was paid for by the applicant, but the city does hire the traffic consultant.
All right, thank you. That's all I have for now. Anyone else? Oh, I had one other question, traffic related. If you could come back up. Or you can stay there, whatever you want to do.
I'll
Whatever
stay.
you're more comfortable doing. All right, from sitting in on the Planning Commission meeting, one of the things that I heard discussed was the exit ramp, southbound exit ramp off Highway 100 that sweeps to the west. And then, of course, part of the road goes straight ahead, and then typically those people are either going straight ahead to go to Eden Avenue, or they're going to turn left, predominantly left turning down 50th. And it seems to me that sweeping exit ramp to the west carries a significant amount of traffic, and for the most part is pretty free-flowing. And one of the discussions was could that free flow westbound curved ramp be moved or eliminated? And I'm wondering if any discussion has been had with MnDOT, either by you or Mr. Terhar or Public Works, because it seems to me that this is their jurisdiction. And if that's an integral part of this proposal by the applicant, I think it's important that this council know about that. In other words, if you can't get that moved, are we spending our time appropriately?
Yeah, I think we are. The discussion that we had with MnDOT came as part of the Grandview plan when we did a lot of our public meetings and forums. We did have MnDOT come to one of those meetings, and they expressed a willingness to at least look at the possibility of eliminating that off-ramp. Now, there would have to be some improvements made to the intersection and other things that would have to take place in order to do that, but they were at least open to that idea. So it's a possibility, but it's not in MnDOT's plans to do that anytime soon. But if that's a project that the city would want to pursue in the future, they've at least indicated that they would be open to that possibility.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Terhar, where is he? There he is. You want to come up for a moment, please? And then would you give us your name and your company you work for?
Sure. My name is Ed Terhar. I'm a traffic engineer with Wank Associates.
Okay. With respect to the work that you did, and I can't recall from looking at your study, was there any volume determined for that sweeping westbound exit lane off 100 southbound?
No, I don't know the volume off of that. We counted the intersection of Interlochen and Vernon, the signalized intersection, so it would have included any of that traffic, but we didn't specifically record what, the amount of traffic that came off of that ramp.
Okay, thank you. That's all I need for now.
Okay.
All right, who's here representing the proponent? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Chris Pelkowicz with the BKD Group, project architect. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, councilors.
Would you spell your last name for the record?
Yeah,
please?
P as in Peter, ALKOWITSCH.
Thank you. All right, and why don't you take 20 minutes, and or no more than 20 minutes to make your presentation.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. As stated by Carrie, we really started to look at this space as a transition zone between the residential fabric of the single-family homes to the north and the Grandview district to the south, and looked at this as a point of transition, and kind of used that as a way to start to determine how the design may work with the site. What we've done is we've really approached this in a way to try to integrate this townhome piece into the neighborhood, and in doing so, really looking at a pedestrian connection and really trying to focus upon that as our kind of way to really recognize the comprehensive plan and recognize an amenity for the neighborhood. And that is something that will be maintained by the association of the property as well. The site is something of a challenge, and that's something that we've had to work through quite a bit. With the high side being up at Vernon Avenue and then sweeping down to 49th. We have currently 6 units along 49th, 8 up at Vernon, and 3 along the railroad track side of the west side of the site. What as we worked through, I'd like to thank the Planning Commission, as their comments, I think, have improved this project at this point. You're looking at here is a slightly older plan showing still the 24-foot space of the drive lanes here. And now it's kind of reoriented the site that we have 18-foot drive lanes here. Every resident has at least 2 spaces to park within an internal garage and 2 visitor spaces, as well as 2 additional spaces, really trying to focus the the majority of the parking to the interior of the site and really give the welcoming side to 49th and to Vernon as well. As looking through the Planning Commission's comments, we were able to pull the northeast building 6 feet further away from 49th and 6 feet further away from the neighboring house, allowing now 24 feet at least between the home and our first building edge here. We've also, one piece Carrie did not mention was we reduced the building height 1 foot as well. We sunk it a little further into the ground along 49th. One other piece we did in following the recommendations was removal of roof decks. Those have been removed from the proposal as well. However, the one piece we studied for a while and found that we were having a difficult time with was reducing the setback along Vernon down to 6 feet. We're careful in the buffering of the Vernon units with plantings, a small patio area, and trees, and felt by reducing that buffer 6 feet further was going to potentially affect the livability of the units. Show you some views here. This is 49th looking east. We're really looking at how we can really buffer the height and pull it back from the street. That we recognize that as this begins to slope up from the street, we're 2 feet up to our first step, and then we create a small plinth here, which is another 2 feet up from there to have patios and to kind of create a very vibrant, livable street and really create a front yard for all of these units to share with the community. From there, the stairs work up to the main level of the unit.
Mr. Polkowicz, on that particular drawing, or would you show us where the setback is, if you can do that? Do you have the ability to do that? Does it reflect the new setback post Planning Commission meeting, or does it reflect the former setback?
This reflects the 31-foot setback.
This
here.
reflects the 31
yes.
foot? Okay.
To the main building face here.
All right. Sure. Go ahead.
Hi.
Hi.
In the Planning Commission, if I heard it right, there's parking on one side of 49th, not both sides. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So the parking is on which side? Is it on the townhome side?
It is on the townhome side. That one rendering has the car on the wrong side.
Okay. All
Yes.
right. All right. I wanted to just make sure I was looking at it right. Okay. Thank you.
Yes. This view is on 49th looking back. To speak to some of the building materials here, I'll do it on the next one, I'm sorry, or a few down, where it's a little more clear.
Did the one you just had up there reflect a 24-foot east side setback, or
It
former?
does, yes, and we would, the two aspects that we've done to create a buffer between the house and the first townhouse here is that we heavily green this area with evergreens and other trees, and this unit is not allowed we're not giving any windows to the east side of this unit to respect the privacy of the existing home. Along Vernon, the way the site works, the garages end up underneath, and it really ends up being more of a two-story along the Vernon side, and it actually is slightly recessed from the street for the entries, and that's kind of part of the buffer that we want to hold on to. Final view on Vernon looking west. To speak to some of the materiality of the townhomes, we are looking at an architectural cast stone, something that is very traditional of the area, as well as the plinth. Looking at the stones is very traditional, seeing many homes throughout Edina kind of having that small raised small raised portion. Fiber cement with battens in the charcoal color, and stained wood in the brown here as well. Along the 49th Street side, we are also going to, separating between these units, a small green wall, a trellis for vines to grow up and just create kind of a green separation between the units. To speak more of the site itself,
Excuse me.
I'll kind of walk through these cuts a little more clearly here. The first cut is actually at the pedestrian way, so it's truly operating as an elevation view of the new townhomes and a section cut of the home at the end. This is showing kind of clearly more showing this is the most drastic of the townhomes, and it gets closer to Vernon as you get further east. But showing that kind of relationship that there is a little bit of sunken down and creating a buffer there. At this zone here, the west townhomes are pulled further back than the northeast townhomes, creating a buffer from the street of 49 feet and 5 inches. To speak a little more clearly to that, on the next unit, or the next section down, this represents the 31-foot setback right through here, as I've just drawn. As I stated earlier, the buildings have been recessed 1 foot further. The drives are back. The garages for these are at about 930. The street itself is about 929. And as we build up, we're about 931 at the first stair, 933 at the plinth, and then a height of 955 and a half at the upper parapet. And the reason for the flat roofs, we had studied the pitched roofs previously and found that for the units that it was going to actually add an additional 5 feet to that top peak, and that steered us in the direction of going with flat roofs for this. A few other pieces here, as Carrie spoke of the height pieces here. If you're taking them from the internal drive area here, we are 35.6 clear on the internal drive and 37.3 on the internal side here, but we really work to buffer to transition the height down to the neighbor and have that, roughly 120 feet between the two buildings' fronts. I think at this point, I think that wraps up my
Thank you, Mr.
presentation.
Popovich. Did you bring your materials board with you?
I did not. We currently have a materials image for this presentation, and I do have that.
Okay.
Again, the architectural cast stone, the fiber cement with the battens, stained wood panels, what we're doing is we're trying to create a sense of longevity with the stone and some warmth with the wood panels as well to really create a building that will be welcoming to the neighborhood and fit with the surrounding materials.
In circumstances in the past where this council has approved a project, it's important that you have the materials board here because we require that you build using the materials that you represent you're going to use. So that's one thing you might want to be mindful of. I don't know where all this will go this evening, but that's something to keep in mind.
Okay, thank you. We typically ask the advocates or the project managers to bring that to final, not typically at preliminary. Is that right?
Okay. All right. Any questions for Mr. Popovich? Member Brindle?
You answered my first question, and that was whether the units could be lowered to lower the overall height. So you've gone from 37 to 36 by
Roughly,
lowering it 1 foot. Would that be a correct statement?
yes, that would be a correct statement.
Okay. Can you go down 2 feet, or does that really change the scope of the building?
Working with our civil engineer, we weren't able to reduce it anymore without really impacting the Vernon Avenue homes and really having those sunk
Okay.
deeply.
Well, those I'm not worried about. It's the ones on 49th that I feel should step up to Vernon. So it's the ones on 49th that would be the concern about height.
Absolutely.
I'm less concerned about the height at Vernon.
Sure, and we looked at the ability of the slope of the driveway and how much we could reduce the building. So as the one moves, the other one moves with it is kind of what happens. So we looked initially after Planning Commission to reduce it 2 feet, and we're working with the civil engineer, we came to 1 foot.
Okay, fair enough. I'm thinking about the people who might like to live here. These are all 3-level townhomes, right?
Yes, with garages on the lower levels, so the lower levels are kind of about half levels, so about 2,100 to 2,400 livable square feet.
Okay, and so they're coming in, though, on the garage level.
Correct.
They come in on the lowest level, and if they need accessibility, I heard at the Planning Commission meeting that the townhomes are retrofitted for an elevator.
That is correct, that the front closet can be retrofitted into a residential elevator.
Okay, so if I want to access the patio out the front, can I do that without climbing steps?
On the 49th ones, not currently, no.
Okay, so that would mean that if I needed accessibility, that I would be looking at a townhome on Vernon only, and not on 49th.
The ones on the west side as well would have full accessibility at that point, yes.
Okay, you're going to need to tell me which is the west side.
The three.
The 3? Okay.
The 3.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, I got it. All right. Okay. All the stairways, it looks like to me, have a turn. Do they have more than one turn?
The interior stairways you're speaking of, or the
outside.
exterior?
I'm thinking of moving in a couch or a bed or the
No.
big furniture.
I'll have one turn.
They'll have one turn? Okay, all right. Hopefully they can maneuver that. Okay. Going to upkeep and maintenance, are these for sale or rent?
These are for sale.
They're all for sale. But there is an association, right?
Yes.
Okay, and the association then is, there's the related fee that handles, the association fee, I've never lived in one, handles the trash and the snow and the lawn, what else?
Typically, that as well as exterior building maintenance as well.
Okay, so that would handle the restaining and painting and cleaning of the exterior? Okay, all right. Okay. I would love a sidewalk along 49th, so that if I'm walking to the furthest unit, or if I'm the resident who lives in the home just beyond that, I'm on a sidewalk and not along the parked cars to get where I'm going. So that would be important to me.
Okay.
To lift pedestrians up off the street, away from the parked cars, away from the street, and along where they're going. Is there ample parking for guests? If the one side of the street is parking for everybody on the street, including the homes on the other side of the street, so you've got guests, you've got a variety of reasons to park there, and guests of the townhomes. I'm just thinking about if there's enough space along there, adding 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 along 49th, adding those townhomes plus at least the first one in the west group of 3 on the west, is there really ample parking for that many units?
There are 2 additional spaces for visitor parking behind every unit in their driveway, as well as 2 additional spaces.
Okay. All right. Snow removal. They mentioned that snow is going to be removed from the site. At what depth of snow would snow be removed rather than pushed? And if it's pushed, where is it pushed?
I couldn't answer what the depth would be. I think that's something of the management company and how that's
Whoever's doing
run
the
at
snow
that
plowing?
point. Exactly.
Okay.
And, I assume it's through the association, finding out what the appropriate amount is for livability at that point. If there is like a small snowfall, some of the areas, there are some, areas within here that could support, a few inches.
Okay. Stormwater technology. I heard something about an underground technology. Would you describe that, please?
Yes, we're looking at an underground tank storage system that would more slowly trickle the water. It would collect the water and then more slowly trickle it into the ground.
Oh, okay. So it's not a holding tank.
I want to be clear on that.
I hope you can read that. Oh, okay.
It does look like it is a holding tank to more slowly trickle it into the storm water.
Okay, so it wouldn't necessarily be used for irrigation?
No.
Okay, all right. But it would prevent flooding, and that's its purpose?
Yes.
Okay. Innovative ways to incent people to have only one car. We've talked about this, at least I've asked the question, with other apartment units that are being proposed. Would there be an incentive for people to have just one car in order to not add too many additional cars? If you've got, are these 17 units?
It is 17 units,
okay,
yes.
so potentially you got 34 cars. And I tend to think that I don't think we're going to have 34 cars there. I don't think every unit is going to have 2 cars. But I'm thinking about ways to incent people to use other forms of transportation since the bus system is convenient to this location. And are there any thoughts about how to do that, how to encourage people to have only one car?
We currently don't have any thoughts in regard to that, but we're very welcome to any suggestions you'd have.
I would love that, because in looking at the traffic numbers, showing the existing traffic number without the build and with the build doesn't seem to affect the traffic numbers at all, because it is a small number. But at the same time, just thinking about the overall load, if in fact that exit ramp goes away and the area expands, if additional cars go in there, I think it would, it just seems to me to be a good idea. Let's see. The plinth is a new thing to me. I've never heard of a plinth. So basically it's a raised front yard.
Yes, it's just raising it up to kind of buffer the height of the overall building and to buffer those stairs to make it at more of a pedestrian level.
Okay. All right. Those are my questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Others for Mr. Palkowicz, Member Sprague, and then Member Swenson. Member Swenson.
Walk me through the elevations a little bit, because I'm a little bit confused where the existing buildings sit right now and the elevation that you're building these on. Because it's easy enough to say it's 37, 36 feet tall, but I'm still not sure from where.
All right. I don't have a accurate amount of where the existing townhomes exactly are at the site for where those begin, but previous to the previous discussion, they were roughly about 24 feet in height, just to speak to those. The existing apartment buildings are roughly about 24 feet in height.
Okay, so if you look at your middle cross section, that one, are you going to tell me that that ground level that I'm looking at is?
No,
I mean, you make it look level with the current street. However, that lot isn't level with the current street.
No, we're actually digging. We're actually going down slightly. We're kind of coming up and then coming back down to reduce the height of the buildings overall. The existing townhome or the existing apartments are probably more likely up a number of feet from where we are.
Okay.
That's what we're trying to figure out. So, can you give us more definitive answers? And
I can try to dig for a survey here as you ask more questions.
okay, Member Swenson, go ahead.
No, I have other comments, but I'd rather hear from our residents first. And
Sure.
My biggest interest is where actually are these townhomes and where in the sky is that top of it? Because that makes a big difference.
Your Honor, if I might, the numbers are not in front of us, but there is some correspondence at our desk this evening that does have a photograph of view from across the street and back. And may I have it put under the camera just so we have that visual? So it shows two of the houses on the north side of West 49th Street at the left and middle, and then one of the existing multi-unit buildings is on the right.
Okay, thank you. Member Sprague.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I see the buffering along the perimeter of the site, but what type of green space exists within the four walls of the complex? Or is it all impervious?
It is not all impervious. There's a number of small ornamental trees on the inside, as well as ground planting between each driveway.
No green space per se for the units, though, correct?
No, what we're looking at is trying to use the space along 49th and Vernon to be the focus of the space, to have this as an outward-looking project.
Front yard. So, but interior, other than the small curb planting areas, there's nothing else?
At the upper levels, there are exterior decks. At the main housing level, there's a deck.
In the front, so perimeter.
Sure. So this is the first floor plan here. A deck off the back above the garage at each level.
Okay. And you said for guest parking, you've got two spaces that line up behind the residence garage stall.
That is correct.
And then the only ancillary parking is this end cap to the right on your plans, as I'm looking at it.
Yes.
So any other overflow will be on the street, which is one side. Parking only, correct?
Yes, it would be. Overflow would be to the street.
Okay. Can you walk me through, from the last time we saw this plans to now, we only went down one unit. Can you walk me through the discussion that you had about reducing the density?
Yes, we were looking at it. We were trying to get to the high end of the medium density, as this is a transition space that we felt that this site could support that level of, this level of density, and then by trying to, look at the comprehensive plan of ways to kind of buffer this into the zone of adding the pedestrian walk and trying to utilize the space to its fullest.
And in terms of the walkway, can you tell me about the elevation and the number of stairs, or it's a path, not?
It's truly a path. It's changes roughly 20 feet of grade, and what we're looking at is there'd be a small 1 foot kind of flat path next to you, so you'd have about a 5 to 6 foot wide path with a 1 foot path where you could walk your bike, so that it wouldn't be a bikeable path with the number of stairs, but it could be something that you could step off the bike and walk it down the path.
Okay, so you have an asphalt groove, so to speak, on the side for walking the bike down, as well as a number of stairs.
Yes.
And how many sets of stairs up to that top elevation from the bottom? Just walk me through how it goes.
Well, what we've done is to work through the grade. It's a number of stairs where there's a few groupings to work with the units, but then also along the way we have some of these longer 6 foot stairs where you just a single step down.
And it's 5 feet, not excluding the bike groove. It's 5. The path itself is 5 feet from end to end.
Yes.
More or less. Okay.
On further look, it's 6 feet.
It's 6 feet.
Yes.
And did you? I'm sorry if I'm repeating a question from Member Brindle, but did you talk about snow removal, snow storage?
We did.
Okay.
Very small snowfalls would be left on site and moved to certain areas, and larger snowfalls would be removed from the site. And I don't have a depth of what that would be offhand at this point.
Okay, when you say certain areas, which areas are referring to? I don't see a lot of
Sure.
greens. Okay. So it's going to be, a lot of it will be taken off site, because that seems to, it's going to fill up quickly.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
So to answer some of the previous questions in the grading of the existing apartments, it looks like their garage entry is flush with street grade here, and roughly their main living floor on the backside begins at 938, which puts it roughly 11 feet to 12 feet above the street. So
For the back units.
And
I'm like Brindle, I'm most interested
so we're
in
roughly,
the buildings that front 49th Street.
Roughly on 49th, I believe they'd be about 24 feet in height, and maybe somewhere between 25 and 28 to their pitch. Maybe slightly taller than that, even 30.
What we're trying to figure out is if you're digging down into the lot to level it, where are you starting your measurement from relative to where the existing apartment buildings are?
We're starting at roughly at the same front of the garage. And it would be roughly the same. Our garage we had at 930. This is 920, 929, 928 and a half. So we're, I believe we're up 1 foot, we'd be up 1 foot from the base of the garage of the apartment.
So
if I measured from the base of the garage right now, and I would have to add a foot for where the height of that building is.
Yes.
If it were built today.
Yes.
So, and back to my somebody else's question, I think it was Member Brindle's again, that you had lowered the height from 37 feet to 36 feet, but that really, what is the height of the building that I'm actually measuring? Because,
Typically, we, and through the Planning Commission last week, mid-block at the top of the curb to the top of our tall parapet is roughly 36 feet.
okay, and then add another foot because you're starting a foot higher than the base of the current garage of the existing building. So if I were to measure and draw a line in the sky, it would be at 37 feet.
No, it would be 36 from the curb line where it is now, because we're not changing the curb line.
Okay.
From the back of the curb to the top of the tall part of the building would be 36. So what we've done, it was previously 37. We sunk it to 36 by bringing it down 1 foot.
So when you say from the back of the curb, before you mentioned the existing driveway of the existing building, all of a sudden now you're measuring from the back of the curb. Help me with that, please.
Well, the typically for measuring the overall height, just so it's a consistent amount, is just mid-block, top of the curb to get, so that you get, the proportion of the building on average. And that's kind of what I'm working with. So where we cut it was we cut it right here, and, along the same lines here, as I spoke previous, this building, so this garage is, 1 foot lower than our garage. This here is the other building garage is 2 feet higher than our garage. So as the grade changes, it varies.
Okay.
I'm going to go back to Member Brindle in a moment, but I want to ask Director Teague a couple of questions. When I look at West 49th Street, and I look at 5109, which is one of the proposed buildings for acquisition and tear down, be the apartment building furthest to the east, next to 5105. Do you know the width of that lot? 5109.
Give me a couple of seconds here and I can calculate that.
It's a predicate to asking you what kind of a setback would be required if that apartment building were torn down and a house were built there instead. How tall could that house be, and what would the east side setback be relative to 5105?
I'm going to assume that's a 75-foot wide lot. So I would say a 10-foot setback would be required at 5109.
And the height of the building at the ridge line?
35.
35?
It would be 35, right.
Okay. So just about
And the setback
about
from
the same as
street?
what?
Setback from the street would be, they would have to match the house at 5101. So it would actually have to come back a little further away from the street.
Okay. And right now, the east side setback is proposed at 24 feet?
21 feet.
37. Same as the height.
21 feet for the
21
east
feet.
side setback?
Yes, it's 24 feet building to building, but 21-foot setback.
36.
Okay.
It's 36, but they were trying to match those colors.
All right. Mr. Polkowicz, you heard me answer or ask some questions earlier of our transportation person and also Director Teague with regard to the exit ramp on Vernon coming southbound Highway 100. If that roadway is never changed, if that configuration is never changed, is this project potentially going to be built or not built?
We're looking at that roadway would not change for our current design right now. If there were roadway changes and some future changes in the neighboring properties, that's where things would change at that point.
Okay.
But we're looking at moving forward with the current configuration.
All right. Member Brindle asked you some questions about vehicles. That made me think about the demographics for the potential buyers of these properties. What's the demographic data showing you regarding who these potential buyers might be?
young retired age is what we're roughly looking at right now as the main demographic.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anything, Member Brendel?
I have another question, and I'm looking at the site sections page
Okay.
with the cross section in the middle. I'm trying to make the numbers make sense to me. I'm looking at the unit in the site section north-south, so it's the center. And the elevation on the lowest level is 930. And then the main first floor is 940 and a half. The second floor is 951. And it says the low parapet is 953, which means that floor is 2.5 feet tall. I don't think that's true.
No, it's that there's a slight difference in the ceiling height of the interior spaces.
But
So it's a 10.5-foot floor to floor here and 12.5-foot floor to floor in the other interior piece, where you can, on the west side, they're slightly taller, but you can see it's a slightly taller space on the interior of the unit.
right, so the elevation at the high parapet is 955 and a half,
Yes.
but the elevation of the top floor is 951. I don't understand this.
That is air. It would be, those would be 960s.
So 963 and 965 and a half.
Yes.
That would give us the 35-foot height, because the other was giving me a 25.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Our mistake.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions for Mr. Polkowicz?
Not right now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
All right, this is a public hearing matter, and I'm going to open this up for public hearing. And I think before the meeting started, staff informed the audience that you can certainly come up and testify if you so desire. You'll have 3 minutes. We have a lighting system that we use, so it'll turn green when you start, and when it turns yellow, you'll have 30 seconds to kind of wrap up your remarks. We'd like to have you be right on the money in terms of wrapping up your remarks when the red light comes on. If you don't have an overhead that you want to use, I think one of the side podiums would be best, and give us your name and address when you come up, and we'll get started. Thank you. If I remember from the Planning Commission, you live right across the street.
I do. So my name is Michelle Anderson, and I do live directly across the street on 49th Street, the third house in, and I'm actually representing kind of our row. The other families had other obligations, work and family obligations. So yes, 5112 is my house number. So I can see, based on some of the questions that you guys were asking, as well as that visual, that you guys were able to review my letters, which I really very much appreciate. And I appreciate being able to stand up and speak with you and kind of tell you what I think. To me, the PUD zoning is very new and seems to be extremely subjective. I really appreciated Ms. Bennett's comment that it's actually, if you were looking outside of PUD, it's actually moving from a low density to a high density. It's the lower part of high density, but it is high density. But it's kind of disguised as PUD, this kind of ominous thing that has a lot of wiggle room. And, you know, looking at it that way, it seems kind of really huge, a huge, huge change, especially directly across the street from single-family homes, and especially with a street that's not even wide enough to be able to park on both sides. It's the only exit out of the neighborhood. Traffic studies are not, I live right there. I know the traffic. It's not constant. It's not like there's constant traffic the whole time, but there are definitely times when it is an issue, and especially parking, and especially when there's snow. So that's kind of my starting I'm just kind of feeling like the Hunt and Associates is trying to utilize this wiggle room while not upholding some of the fundamentals that they talk about with the green space and the not opposing complications to the residences. Again, I want to reiterate that I am for townhomes. I'm just not for that many townhomes crammed into that little lot. So I think the townhomes would be a great idea. I do also, though, have an issue kind of with the design of the units, not only the number and the density and lack of green space, but the design. To me, especially having to look straight at it all the time. I have a huge picture window. I'm going to be looking at those buildings. To me, they seem very generic, not really too happy about that. Trees might go there and be big eventually, but I'm running out of time, I realize. I'm just not happy with the rezoning and not happy with the design. I would like to see some changes. I think this could be a really wonderful and beautiful project if it's done well. And right now, as it's proposed, I don't think it's proposed as being what we would want for the Grandview Terrace. So, thank you.
Thank you. Please. Anyone else wish to come forward? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Nancy Hall, 4501 Parkside Lane. We live on the corner of Parkside and Division Street and have lived there for 32 years. We've enjoyed some wonderful reconstruction in our neighborhood. And I do know that we have significant traffic cutting through on Division Street as it is, and Hollywood. When in the morning times, trying to get up to Interlochen from Brookside, it's nearly impossible. You could have your coffee and donuts while waiting to get a left turn. Most people do tend to cut down Division Street, up to Cooper, onto Interlochen, or they cut up Hollywood onto Vandervoort to get onto Interlochen. I hope I'm not giving anybody any more tips. But we've got a lot of young kids in that neighborhood. Our whole neighborhood is flipping. It's very young. We are now the old timers in the neighborhood. And I'm dismayed to see that we are changing the comprehensive plan and the zoning, where I agree that I think 11 units would be lovely. I think that there's so much potential in this townhouse development. I remember Mark Jones, I think, bought it 7 years ago or something and had like 7 units or something, and it was just going to be lovely. And I hate to see us going from low density to medium high density in this area. I think it's a bad idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. A discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. Questions for staff? Anyone?
I do. Based on Nancy Hall's question, what is the nexus in the number of units in this area? Maybe it's a better question for the developer, but that was a question when I was looking at this earlier, and it's even more now. So.
To refer to the Mark Jones project, in fact, maybe I'll come up to the podium and show a graphic. That project, oops, maybe I'll need a microphone.
If I remember right, the name of that project was Puckwana Townhomes.
It was, because I was on the planning commission when we discussed it. And they were getting some land from the
Railroad,
if I remember correctly.
That's correct. That project included the single-family home
Yep.
and then a portion from the railroad. So it was essentially this site right here. The 2 apartment buildings were to remain. So I believe it was 7 units here, and then you'd have the 5 and the 4. So at that time, it was a total of 16 units between that project and the 2 existing apartments.
So in total, it's really comparable?
It is.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Member Bennett?
Director T, question of clarification. So the 16 units included the 2 homes to the east, or did not include the 2 homes to the east?
It did not include
No,
the 2
include the
apartments to
apartment
the
buildings.
east. It was just the single-family lot and then the right-of-way that was vacated.
And where did that advance procedurally? I was not on
We
council at
passed
the
it.
time.
Passed.
It was passed and never
No,
built.
it was approved.
Okay.
Right.
Member Swenson?
You know, as you said, we've looked at this from how many years ago when we looked at that project before, and I do think it is an area to be rebuilt. I would agree that what's existing on it today is ready to be replaced, especially if you've seen what's being built in your neighborhood when houses have been torn down. This is kind of similar to that. And when I parked there Saturday for a while and just looked at how much traffic there was, just to try to get the feel of what it would look like to look across the street at it. But at that time I was struggling because I couldn't really tell where the elevation was that they were starting the buildings on. But my notes from Saturday said, I wish we had low-medium density as an option. But I realize we really do have that, because if you look at our low-density range of 5 to 11 units that would be available for this, and our medium-density range that would be 7 to 17, somewhere in between that is probably the density that I would see on this piece of property. And I would see it for a number of reasons. One, I think when you build something like this that only is parking on one side and is the only really egress road out of this neighborhood, that you can't plan on taking all your snow removal off-site easily. And there is no fallback for that. You can't park on city streets until they've been plowed. Once they have 2 inches of snow, you can't park on them overnight. There's no way to turn around in this driveway for any garbage or anything. I think it's too tight with 17 units on it. And at a minimum, I think the end unit on the east side has to come off that's on 49th Street. I do agree that it does have a little bit of an urban feel in its architecture. I would prefer to see a board of materials and not just go with pictures. So all those rows of steps up, and there will be space in it. They're kind of shot at an angle, so you can't really see what they look like. I'm not happy that, I think the setback should be what the height is. So if it's a 36-foot tall building, the setback should be 36 feet. I think that if you make a taller building, it needs to sit back, as long as it's built on the right elevation, and that's still, I'd like to know that the figures on the elevation sheet were so small, they were even hard to read with a magnifying glass. I think I agree with Member Brindle that it needs a sidewalk along the front of it. And I think it needs a sidewalk along the front of it for itself, not even just the neighbors, because you might be selling this to early empty nesters or whatever the definition is, but if you have a family with a trike, you're not going to put that kid back in the middle between those buildings to be biking, and I think you plan for that. If you have someone trying to get exercise walking in a circle, they can't do that in this particular setup. You know, PUD is new to us, and it's supposed to be a balance for good things that the builder gets to have to make the building work better, but it's also good things that the city and the neighborhood gets because of that. I like the density along Vernon. I think it actually acts a little bit like a sound wall, and I'm fine with those buildings back there. I'm fine with the 3 buildings that face the railroad track. But when you don't put windows in an end building to give the house next to you privacy, that tells me that end building is too high and it's looking over that house next door. So I would be happier with at least one less unit, and, but I do think this is eventually what, something like this needs to go in here, and I would applaud owned townhouses over rental apartments.
Thank you. Member Sprague?
Thank you, Mayor. I concur. To me, the first time I saw this project, it felt a little bit too dense. I remember talking, we had sketch plan review, and I remember talking through that. I don't think the density is quite there. I think one unit less would make a difference. It seems like there's not a lot of margin for error on the interior spaces. There's very little green space or buffer interior or amenity interior to the complex, only along the edges, as you see on the plan. I like the sidewalk amenity down the side, but I agree there needs to be a linkage through the neighborhood to the front of the units as well. And I concur with the Planning Commission increasing the setback in the front. If it's 36 high and 36 in the front, that will set the height back far enough to have less an impact on the adjacent neighborhoods, the people across the street. It's still going to be a change, obviously, from the existing height. And I also like the units along Vernon. That area has been, just a dead waiting space for cars, and I think this is going to be a nice aesthetic, a nice entry into not only the neighborhood, but that's an entry point into the city of Edina. So I like that aspect of it as well. So I would support 16 units. Sounds like that was something that was achievable in an earlier time as well, with the 36 feet in the front, the 36 feet height, the sidewalk, and I think that's it.
Good, thanks. Member Brindle?
Thank you. My initial reaction when looking at this design was that I really like it. And I walked along the street and I'm thinking, okay, I live here and I look over there and I'm walking down the street and it's a very different environment on one side of the street than the other. So that in itself, I mean, there's a very different sense on the Vernon side of 49th Street and the other side, being bad at directions, the other side of 49th Street. And so the challenge with this is, I guess, I wouldn't look for the front facade along 49th to have to match the front facade along Vernon. Vernon is a completely different atmosphere. You could have an interior design that's very similar, the same, but you could have an exterior facade that meets the homes on the other side of 49th in a little more graceful manner. Now, I like what's there, and in another situation, it would be marvelous, but I do think having the ability to react to what's across from you, I think would blend. And I would say that that's worth a couple feet of setback, in my mind, to make it blend. One thing that Member Swenson mentioned that has me thinking is, if I'm a garbage truck and I'm going in there, where is the trash pickup? Is it at each driveway? And if it is, then I drive my garbage truck in there and I think I have to back it out, don't I? I mean, that's a very big truck to back out of there. And it's a bit dangerous, so I would like to see that. And maybe it's a turnaround of some sort in there, and that's what losing the end unit could provide, is a little bit of access to make it possible for residents to put their trash out on trash day, have it picked up, and have it be a little safer for access. But thank you, and thank you for your sensitivity to all of the comments and the iterations of this. I think where we are is in a very positive direction.
Thank you. Member Bennett.
I am very encouraged by the comments I'm hearing this evening, and Member Brindle, I think that you've identified a possible solution, which is responding to the neighborhood on the facade that meets the neighborhood. I actually did like what I saw tonight with Vernon. I think it was a concern, Mayor, that you expressed about what happens if Highway 100 doesn't evolve as was discussed with the Grandview plan. But I think that can be addressed in redesign. I think that idea of housing, introducing housing into that area is a very good one, and the design in that place is a very good one. But again, agree with my colleague, Member Brindle, that on the other side, it is a very different neighborhood. It's a single-family home neighborhood, and it's the kind of neighborhood that we want to have where young families feel welcome, they are moving in, they are living side by side and block by block with residents who've been here years, and this is exactly the kind of community we want. I look to Vision 2020. I know we're going to be revisiting it and updating it, but objective number one has always been maintain strong residential neighborhoods. And then I look to the comprehensive plan, which gives us some guide for how we do that going forward with the future land use categories. And I look at low density residential, which says it applies to two-family and attached dwellings of low density and moderate heights. This category recognizes the historical role of these housing types as transitional districts between single-family residential areas and major thoroughfares or commercial districts, may include single-family detached dwellings. So I continue to think that particularly on the West 49th Street, I would find it difficult to support something that was not low-density attached residential. I think that's what meets the neighborhood. That's what really provides a buffer in the sense of the word. We've got the Webster's definition of buffer that says something that serves as a protective barrier, and the American Heritage definition of buffer that says something that lessens or absorbs the shock of impact, or something that separates potentially antagonistic entities. So I think that buffering function is desirable. I'm encouraged to hear the neighborhood support for townhomes, but again, think this needs work and needs some sensitivity to the context on the Vernon side, but also on the West 49th side.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. This goes to that beauty is in the eye of the beholder issue. We've had a lot of conversations in our community about design review as we've worked on how much house you should build on a 50-foot lot. And this came up years ago too, and our former city manager told me, well, if you look at that gray building across from Jerry's grocery store, that was built by a design review team, which looks like an annex to me to the county jail. So you just, if you stick your toe too deep in the water of design, you can get kind of wrapped around the axle in a way. I think one of the problems that BKV tried to address and Hunt tried to address was the fact that they didn't want the building to be too tall over there, and if they were going to have something that was consistent with the neighborhood, it would have a pitched roof on it, so they got a flat roof. And to me, personally, with the materials that they're using and the design that they have, it's really quite attractive. I am off-put by the fact that the end unit on the east side, even though it is 21 feet back from 5105, excuse me, I think that east unit's got to come out of there, and then you've got a little bit more breathing room and it feels less dense. And I know that a certain level of density is required. I know Member Bennett would like to see low density attached residential, but I think that a certain level of density is going to be critical here to make this whole thing work. And I think with 16 units instead of 17 units, it should still be able to work. The improvements along Vernon, the proposed improvements are extraordinary. Really, that's an area that all of us have driven by almost daily for years and kind of yearn for improvements along there. So I think we need to be careful about getting the density lowered too much. I'm not sure about the setback matching the height, if it poses problems with what, getting the whole site pulled down and the buildings pulled down on Vernon, I'm not sure what that means. It's something I could theoretically live with and be comfortable with, like my colleagues have expressed. Also persuasive for me was the notion that if somebody came along and wanted to buy one of those apartment buildings and tear it down and build a new two-story house, they could be 10 feet away from 5105, and they could build a house that's 35 feet tall, essentially the same thing that's being proposed here. So nonetheless, I do think when I look at these renderings and there's no windows on the east side of the end unit, I just think, it'd be hard to sell the end unit. I wouldn't want to live in a building with no windows on one side, and you're limited to two sides only the way it is. And then for the folks at 5105, I think it gives them a little bit more breathing room and adds a little bit more green space to the entire site. So those would be my thoughts. I've been, as other members of the council have been talking, I've been looking at some of these resolutions, and I think that the guide plan amendment that requires a 4/5 vote would just require one change in the findings if folks were comfortable with that 6 townhome notion on 49th Street. And that would be in section 2.012 would have to be changed from 7 to 6 townhomes facing 49th Street. I think the rest of it might be okay. When we go over to resolution 2013-37, it seems to me, Director Teague, that there's more work that would be required relative to the Section 3 approval section with respect to the requirements there based on what has been discussed by the council. I don't know if you were paying attention to that and making notes on how that should read, but I suspect that based on the conversation we've just had up here that someone would be making a motion that first of all, I guess we'd take the comprehensive plan amendment first, and so we could take that one on and see if we have a 4/5 approval there with respect to that change being made to 6 townhomes facing 49th. And Member Bennett.
Well, Your Honor, if you're going to take this up this evening, you may want a recalculation of density so that you know what you're voting on. Because if you're contemplating something that has one fewer unit, what does that do to the density computation?
Director Teague?
You could condition approval on requiring no more than 16 units. It would fall into the 11 units per acre range. But so it would still be, as far as the comprehensive plan change, would still be in that medium density range.
As I'm looking at this, the findings section of that guide plan amendment, I'm wondering, it says 8 townhomes facing Vernon with the garages and drive aisle internal to the site. Is that correct? It's really, I'm counting 6, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I guess it is. That's it, 8. But, and... No.
There's 6 in one unit, there's 3 in one, and there's...
Yeah. There's a total of, there would be a total of 16, but if you, 8 and 6 is 14. If you change it, so somehow we've got to adjust the language here, because there's 3 of them that face the proposed pathway on the west side, or the run.
8, 3, and 5. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
8 on Vernon, 3 on the side.
Right,
and 5.
right.
8, 3, and 5 is 16. Yeah, so it's 8 along Vernon.
It's 8 along Vernon, but we're
It's
still
8
missing the
along
reference
Vernon,
to...
And it's 3 on the west side, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 along 49.
5 along 49th.
Mm-hmm.
Are you talking about in bullet 2?
Correct.
Yes.
And then I think we should add a reference to the 3 on the, we should probably have a total of 16 units referenced somewhere in here.
It's in 101 is where you have to change it. Look at 1.01.
Okay, yeah, proposing a new 16 unit.
There's,
Yep.
yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
But that, I think the question
You want
there
more-
is, the proposed density of the project would be how many units an acre, Carrie? If it's 16?
You said 11 after the
Did you say
change.
11 after the change from 12 to 11?
Let me do a quick calculation. I can give you an exact number.
That would be great.
Okay. And then, while he's doing that, let's turn to the second page of that resolution 2013-37.
What page are you on at the bottom of your?
It doesn't have a page number. It just follows right in sequence from the other resolution. It's in that section 3 approval section, so it seems under subparagraph 1. I hate to interrupt Director Teague. I think the 1A, interior drive aisle narrow by at least 6 feet, that meets the requirements that the Planning Commission talked about and what we talked about tonight. It puts it at 18 feet, I think.
Well, I think our goal was to increase front yard setback is really what I think that goal was.
That would be then moving to 1B. Front yard setback on West 49th be increased by,
Well, I would like it to
Or just-
have a number, not be increased by. I think that's confusing.
Increase 2.
So it would be increased to, if the building height is 36 feet, then I would propose it's 36 feet would be the setback.
well, then why don't we do the same thing with 1A? Why don't we define the width of the interior drive aisle at 18 feet? And then just make that same sort of calculation all the way through.
Scott?
You know, we're just talking here, and I think, as we discussed earlier, when we were talking about the volume of changes to a document
Right.
like this, we might be to a point here where the volume of changes you're proposing, we probably should take a time out. We should record them and perhaps bring them back to you in a formal written approval on a consent agenda next time.
Well, you don't want
Well-
to vote on it, but you have to take a roll call vote at a minimum to change this. So you're not coming back on a consent agenda on this without you have to have a roll call.
Wait a minute, let's.
This is
So-
procedurally like the 65th Street, however. And on 65th Street, when the developer came forward with Phase 1 and Phase 2, there were 3 of us who liked Phase 1 but not Phase 2. And we were ready to vote that evening. But that wasn't what was in front of us. And so we couldn't vote that evening. And procedurally, it was the same thing that's being presented this evening. It was a comp plan amendment.
Kind of where I was headed, okay.
And it was also a design. We didn't have a design in front of us to approve. So we tabled it, and it came back. And I'm thinking that
That's just where I was going to go. Why don't we just table this for 2 weeks? You got the general direction that we want to go. Do we have any issues with respect to the 60-day rule?
We're right at the 60-day rule, but we have the ability to extend another 60 days. So the ultimate deadline here is June 4th, so you do have
All
some
right,
time.
so we need a waiver on the 60-day rule from the applicant.
That
No.
can come from the city.
We can do that.
We can do that?
But
We can give them notice that we're taking 120 days. If we want to go beyond 120 days, then we need their consent.
Okay. All right. So,
Yeah, I agree. I'd like to see
Yeah,
the
I'd like
new
to see it
plans
all.
and what they do with that additional space.
I'd like to see the materials board, too.
Well, there were some issues identified this evening, such as snow removal and storage, exactly how the height is being measured, what the exact height is, that I don't think the resolution of them cannot be known from the discussion that's been had this
I would
evening.
agree with you.
So I would move to table it for 2 weeks.
But can I be clear about what I need to see as,
Let's have a second and then
A second.
get the clarification. Okay.
and other people may want to add to this, but I want to see the design losing the building on the east. With the density of, what was it, 11 point, what?
The building on the east or a
11.1.
unit?
Losing the unit on the east
11.1 units per acre.
with potentially a circular pathway coming out there so that, as Member Brindle said, we don't have backing up trash, that they can make a pickup as a loop, that people can drive out as a loop, and that you have the ability, if you have to put additional parking on the east and potentially temporary snow piles on the east.
So you're saying perhaps additional spaces adjacent to the 2 common guest areas?
Correct.
Okay.
I want to see it drawn with a sidewalk down 49th Street, and I want an exact measurement of where the existing buildings are that sit there today, their foundation, their threshold, and where this one sits, so that I know what 36 feet means. Because that's one of, as Member Bennett said, the issues that really is still a little bit up in the air. And that's it for me. Anybody else have anything
Anyone
to
else?
add?
Member Brindle?
Well, I think I hit on something that I like, and I'll mention it again, and that is that the townhomes on 49th should embrace 49th, and the townhomes facing Vernon should embrace Vernon, and they can be, the setback can be less on Vernon, because there's really, I mean, the setback, Vernon is just people driving by. It reminds me of a bunch of townhomes in Chicago that we go by, and it's really kind of cool. They're beautiful places, and you just go by them on the expressway, and that's kind of what you're going to do here in a much smaller scale. But the townhomes along 49th, you're just not going to just go by them, and there are going to be people who interface with those constantly. So having them look different, have a softer feel, is worth maybe a couple feet of setback to me. So if it's 35 feet high, I wouldn't demand a 35-foot setback if it embraces the area well enough.
I think we better discuss that in a little bit more detail, because otherwise we'll have, nobody else has talked about design here. You're now starting to talk about design.
Well, I am, because it's a different
we
place.
can't send someone away with a confused message about design. So I'm comfortable with the design the way it is. I don't know about my colleagues, but I think with the appropriate setbacks on 49th Street and the elimination of that end unit on the east end of 49th,
Mayor,
that'll be okay with me.
I'm sorry, Mayor, if I may. So on the front setback, just to clarify, we would want 36 on the 49th Street side. On the Vernon side, I do not concur with the Planning Commission that we need to go down to 6. I think that's getting pretty close to the street. I would give them more flex on that side in order to make it up on the 49th Street side, so we can get a deeper setback.
I'd concur with
in
that,
terms
too.
of the design, I don't have an issue with that at this point. So I concur on that.
Member Swenson? Any other?
I'm probably fine with the design, but I really need to see a materials board to know how it's going to look.
Design-wise, Member Sprague?
I concur with you, Mayor. I'm fine with it.
Member Bennett, I don't know if you care about the design or not.
I think
And view your
I
position.
think it's a lovely design in the wrong location. The Vernon side, I think, suits Vernon. That is a thoroughfare. It's a more commercial area, but I think putting that design in a neighborhood that will change. It's changing now. All of us, I think, have visited that neighborhood. I've been in it before. I was again in it on Sunday, and saw the changes that are occurring in that neighborhood. But it is more traditional forms with no commercial element on that side. Nor does it abut a commercial element on that side. And the condos at Brookside Court, farther down the roadway, are very low-lying and kind of blend into the landscape. They're also right across from the railroad tracks at the end of 44th Street. So I think we talk about neighborhood character, we talk about it a lot, and we have some examples of it throughout the city. We did a lot in a PUD with that design of the Vitamin Shop building at 70th and France. I think it turned out very well. We actually did, Your Honor, spend a lot of time talking about angles and materials and what amount of glass. And I think we want that same amount of care to be taken. I'm not advocating doing that kind of design on the dais, but I do think we want that same kind of design care taken in our residential neighborhoods, which again we say are the most important part of our community.
But just to clarify, when you say design, are you talking about are you talking about material finish, or are you talking about architectural elements? Because with respect to the building at the corner of 70th in France, we were talking mainly about architectural elements, some about finish type.
Right.
Not necessarily about style per se, modern versus traditional, so I need to understand what you're saying.
Right. I think and that has been actually discussed recently. In a neighborhood with mixed housing styles, then what you're mostly talking about is scale. In a neighborhood of single-family homes. When you're talking about, and so you can have a mix of styles. We have examples all over the city where that's done. In this instance, I think it's a combination of scale and mass. It is a lovely use of materials. It's always better to see, I think, a material board than a photograph or a photocopy of materials, and I appreciate Member Swenson's insistence on that. So does that clarify things?
So you're talking about mass and scale, not architectural elements per se.
I'm talking about walking the walk and saying if we want to preserve neighborhood character, that we want design for transitional buildings that respect what it is that they're transitioning from and to on both sides.
And by design, you mean mass and scale, as you just defined it, just so I can understand.
The combination in this instance of the flat roof, the use of materials, the mass and the scale, produces what I would almost term like an urban brownstone look. As Member Brindle pointed out, you'd see it in Chicago. I really didn't want to get here, Your Honor, because it's not. I don't favor a design review board. I'm not trying to serve as a design review board. But I think yes, Member Sprague, to your question, what it does really boil down to, I think, is mass and scale.
Thank you.
And
Manager Neal.
Just to, I think also to clarify kind of what our authority is as a city, we have standards that regulate mass and scale. We have standards that regulate types of building materials, but we do not have standards for design and architectural review. So we spend a lot of time talking with developers and builders about architectural styles, but we do depend on their good graces and their willingness to cooperate with us to implement some of those wishes of the council, because we don't have objective standards or anything really in our city code that would require them to meet certain standards.
Okay. You have sufficient guidance on this?
Yep.
Dr. Teague? Yes. All right. We've got a motion to... we have a motion, don't we?
We have a motion
for 2 weeks? Postpone this for 2 weeks?
I think it would be good
Table it
also
for 2 weeks?
for anyone watching or anyone who came from the neighborhood to understand. When it comes back to us, we've already held the public hearing portion on it. So it comes back to us not as a public hearing.
But they can still submit any correspondence they'd like.
Yep.
They can email, call, whatever they want in the next 2 weeks.
So you can come in 2 weeks to watch the council discuss this matter again, but there will be no public testimony. But certainly feel comfortable for folks in the audience or anyone watching at home to go ahead and send anything you want in a written submission between now and our next meeting. All right. We got a motion and a second for their discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay.
Your Honor, what was the motion?
The motion was to table this matter for 2 weeks.
Aye.
All right. We've got unanimity on that. All right. Very good. Thank you, everybody. All right. We are going to move now to community comment. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to address an issue with the council that's not on the agenda this evening? Seeing no one coming forward, we'll move to the reports and recommendations portion of the agenda. First matter is a resolution accepting various donations. Where did mine all disappear to here? Thank you. Resolution 2013-29, accepting various donations. Is there a motion?
So move.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. Donations this reporting period are to the Edina Arts Center and the Park and Rec Department for playground equipment at Lewis Park, and there were a couple of significant gifts in here. And Member Brindle, you may want to comment on the gift to the police department from the Edina Crime Prevention Fund, where you sit on the board. But there are also some generous gifts from Dow Water Process Solutions, $1,000, and then the Edina Resource Center, $1,500, and Fairview Southdale Hospital Foundation, $5,000. Minnesota Department of Health through their SHIP program, $3,500 to the playground equipment. So, Member Brindle, any comment on the crime fund donation?
Sure. One of the Edina Crime Prevention Fund is sort of it's a nonprofit 501c3, and it serves a function of supporting the Edina Police Department. So it's a way for residents and businesses to make contributions that support the Edina Police Department. And in this case, there is basically extra business patrol that the crime fund funds at Southdale. And so it's in our best interest to make sure that everything is safe and happy at Southdale. And so under the auspices of crime prevention, there's these dollars cover off-duty police officers who cruise Southdale and just kind of keep it safe and keep an eye on things.
Thank you. All right, next matter on the agenda in the reports and recommendations portion of the agenda is proposed ordinance amendment, ordinance 2013-04, which would amend Chapter 15 of the Edina City Code to include gender expression. And who's going to take this matter?
Your Honor, Commissioner Stanton is here from the Human Rights and Relations Commission, and he wants to say a few words about this item tonight.
All right, good.
Commissioner Stanton.
Welcome, Commissioner.
Is this on? Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Russ Stanton, Commission member, Human Rights and Relations, address 5152 Danans Drive in Edina. Fairly simple matter. We had constituent correspondence back in January that was forwarded to the Commission requesting that the policy statement for the Human Rights Ordinance include an additional protected class based on gender expression. We did do research on ordinances and statutes across the country. It's actually quite common for statutes across the country to cover this. And so it is the unanimous recommendation of the Human Rights and Relations Commission that the ordinance be amended. It actually would not change existing law, Minnesota statutes. The definition of sexual orientation actually would cover this, but it is a positive statement from the city in terms of being a welcoming community, and therefore the Commission would recommend it.
However, thanks to you and the other members of the Human Rights and Relations Commission for taking this matter up at the request of the council and reviewing it after we received that request from one of our residents. So thanks for doing that work. Questions for Commissioner Stanton? Member Sprague.
Yeah. Can you talk a little bit about the prevalence of this type of discrimination?
I don't know about the prevalence of the type of discrimination. I do know that it's very common across the country for human rights statutes to contain this type of provision. In fact, I was quite surprised that even southern states that I would not consider real progressive on this type of matter have these sorts of provisions in their statutes. So I couldn't, in terms of citing instances of discrimination, I don't know of any, other than that it was a concern of a constituent that brought it forth.
Thank you.
So let's get this added. I'll move this.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to amend the policy statement for our code. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay.
Thank
Carried.
you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, next matter in front of us this evening is the consideration of approval of the Yorktown Park Pilot Community Garden parking lot. Member Sprague.
Before we begin discussion, Roger, I have a question for you. I serve on the fundraising board for the YMCA Southdale. We're not involved in operations at all, just strictly raising money for scholarships for program participants. So do I have a legal conflict of interest?
It's a bit of a gray area. It is a bit of a gray area, whether you have a financial interest, an indirect financial interest in it. It's your decision, but the conservative thing would be you can participate in the discussion, but not vote, be my recommendation.
With that being said, I think I'll recuse myself from both, just to guarantee the outcome is clear.
Thank you. All right. Director Catry.
Thank you, Mayor Hovland, members of the council. I'm very pleased tonight to bring to you a presentation of our Yorktown Park Community Garden Pilot Project. My staff has worked really hard over the last 4 months to bring this to you tonight, so I'm happy to make this presentation and answer any questions that you might have. Just a brief little bit of background information. As you might recall, in early 2002, the City Council expressed an interest in possibly proceeding with a community garden project. And the Dewtown supporters definitely brought this item to the forefront and did some petitions and garnered some support by going out and actually meeting at apartment complexes and that sort of a thing. Later in the year, the Community Health Committee recommended the support of a pilot community garden project at Yorktown Park. And in December, we hosted a meeting at the Southdale Y. And in January, the Edina Park Board voted to elect Ellen Jones and Dan Peterson to serve on the Community Garden Work Group. In January of 2013, our staff really worked hard compiling data from 16 neighboring communities in order to put together draft rules and policies. And we hosted 3 working group meetings in January, February, and March. In February, the Park Board adopted draft rules and policies, and in March, the Park Board reviewed and commented on the proposed community garden. This is the timeline as we prepared in January. So far, we've been doing really well in staying up to date with our timeline, and as you can see, on April 2nd, we're seeking City Council approval. And if we receive that tonight, we are ready to open registrations for the garden on Thursday. And we'd be opening to non-residents 2 weeks from Thursday. The construction and the grand opening would be pending weather conditions. We've had a little concern as of late with snow on the ground and frost in the soil, so we might be slightly delayed, but we're hoping to be able to make up ground with a nicer spring. I have a document that I would like to put on the overhead projector, Jen. Thank you. That's all right. All right, what I have here is a proposed site map for the community garden. And what you see on the north side is the proposed community garden layout. It is 165 feet by 75 feet, and that would contain 55 garden plots. And in my next slide, I'll show you a more detailed layout of what the garden plots themselves would look like. We are proposing to put a fence around the garden plots to help keep small animals out of the garden area. The fence would be a 4-foot black vinyl coated chain link fence. We're also proposing either in this corner or possibly on this side to put an 800-gallon water containment tank so that our gardeners would be able to fill their buckets and water their gardens. That water tank would be filled by our park maintenance staff. We are also proposing to have 3-foot walkways all the way through the garden, and those walkways would be covered with chips, wood chips that we would receive free from Excel Energy. And you see on the south side of the community garden a proposed parking lot. And when we started looking at this plan and looking at the park and what Yorktown Park offered and what Yorktown Park was missing, a big concern that we had was the inability for our gardeners to have good access to the park and also access to general park users. The park has been very underutilized historically, and a big reason for that is because it does not have good access and it has no parking. So Assistant Director Susan Foss and I, in early January, approached the Y, and we also approached the Durham Apartments on the north side of the park to talk to both of those landowners about the possibility of a shared use of their parking lot. And at the time, the Durham Apartments told us that they didn't feel that they had space available in their parking lot for us to be able to use for our gardeners. And when we met with the Y, we entered into discussions about possibly another partnership that would involve utilizing some of our parkland and turning it into a parking lot. And the Y stepped forward at that point. When I told them that we didn't have any funding for a parking lot at this time, they considered making a donation to the city for the construction of that parking lot. So we proceeded through the process, and the Y has confirmed at this point that they would have the funds available if the city council is interested to put a parking lot on the south side that would benefit the Y. Especially during the winter months when their parking lot is overcrowded, and it would benefit users of Yorktown Park, especially during the summer months when our park would be utilized. It would also be a potential benefit for future programming of that park, and I could see it also being a potential benefit for when the 9 Mile Creek Trail comes through on the north side of the park. The parking lot, as you see it, is approximately 122 feet on city property by 110 feet east to west. And I think that is all about the site map. And I'd like to talk to you a little bit more about what the layout would look like that we're proposing. This might be a little bit difficult to see, but we have the sites numbered. There, that's a little better, Jen, thank you. We have the sites numbered 1 through 55, and the sites that you see highlighted in red are reserved for people with accessibility issues. And the dark green sites that you see are 10 by 15 plots. And the light green sites that you see are 10 by 10 plots. And where you see yellow, that's where we would propose to put wood chips for accessibility, and it would reduce staff maintenance time. We wouldn't have to mow. It would be a good accessible pathway through the park. The application process, as we proposed, would provide for applications being available at City Hall and at the Y. And if this is approved, we have a website ready to launch with information. and people would be able to download and print the information to submit an application. As I mentioned earlier, applications would be available as of April 4th, which is Thursday for residents and 2 weeks later for non-residents. And plots would be assigned by our staff on a first-come, first-served basis, and individuals would be able to select a specific plot based on our diagram. We have worked with Jennifer and her communications team on a pretty aggressive marketing plan, some of which we already have ready to launch, as I mentioned, and we feel like it might be a little difficult in this short time frame to be able to get a full community garden this spring, but we feel like we've really addressed a lot of the different media outlets that would help us to achieve that goal this year. For our budget, we are looking at a potential plot revenue fee of $1,515 if all of our plots are rented. On the expense side of things, soil testing and mobilization is approximately $52.75. A fencing option for that 4-foot high chain link fence is $8,500. Topsoil prep is $4,640, and then some miscellaneous marketing, compost, and signage for a grand total of $21,000. In year 2, most of those expenses fall off the map. One thing, if this pilot program is successful and we are able to take the pilot out of the title of the program, eventually we would like to add a permanent water source so that we could eliminate the water holding tank and make it more convenient for our gardeners. And the other thing that I would like to mention about the budget is that since this was added to our work plan at the very end of 2012, we don't have a specific line item budget allocation for this item, so we would seek your input on that as well. And with that, I would like to take questions.
Questions? Member Bennett.
I saw Member Swenson's eyebrows go up as well. There was a diagram that you showed for just a second that had some features on it that none of the other information showed.
Was it this one?
No, it was earlier. There. What are the purple?
Thank you. Thank you, Member Bennett. That is where we would, on the right side of the diagram where it looks like a Y, we would add some bituminous that would add an entrance into the community garden, and off to the right of that Y, it would attach to the existing bituminous pathway. And then on the left-hand side, the map that you're looking at is an older aerial view, and there is an existing pathway that goes through that area, and that pathway would need some slight modification because of the impact of the parking lot.
Okay, thank you. Backing up just a second, how was this site selected?
This site was selected partly with the input from Dewtown. They did a lot of grassroots efforts with the neighbors and gaining some interest in that. And the Community Health Committee also stepped in and recommended that site.
So the petition indicated support for a garden. Were the petition signers, to your knowledge, asked if they would be actually participating in the gardening at this location?
That was a discussion that the Dewtown folks did have with the gardeners, but I don't believe that by signing the petition they were saying that they would necessarily be gardeners.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
And so if theoretically the city, park board, park department was starting from scratch on this, if they were looking for a garden that would have community-wide draw, they would probably look for something that had good street access and parking available. Is that correct?
You know, possibly. I honestly think that this is an ideal site for a community garden, partly because it is a piece of parkland that hasn't had a lot of use because it hasn't had that access and because it hasn't had parking. So to me, it would be a really great use of this particular piece of property because it's not quite big enough to be an athletic field, and it's an open, really underutilized, not, to be honest, not great piece of parkland. We also feel that it's in a good location because it's not going to have a lot of direct single home neighbor impact.
Sure. Is there a bigger map available of the park itself? You did show where the trail is going to come in, because I understand that that's going to be, it's sort of the last place in Edina that the 9 Mile Creek trail will pass on its way to the east. So to connect. So how far does the park itself extend to the north of that proposed trail? Assuming that is north.
Yeah, that is correct. That is north, Member Bennett. And honestly, that trail is running pretty much along the north property line.
Okay.
So really, you are seeing the park. It connects to the promenade. And so just slightly farther west, but not much, you're coming upon York Avenue, and then that's when it turns into Centennial Lakes property. So this map is really showing a very good overview of the entire park.
Okay, and then just so we all know what we're looking at, the structure, I think it's even labeled fire station, the structure with the parking around it is the fire station 2, correct?
That is correct, Member
And
Bennett.
then the sort of, maybe from a movie thing, is the Tri-City Skate Park, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And who owns and operates that?
The YMCA, that was a partnership between the YMCA and the City of Edina, and the YMCA is operating the skate park.
City of Richfield, too.
Yeah, City of Richfield. Oh, I'm sorry. That's correct.
And that is
Richfield and
that is
Bloomington.
located on City of Edina parkland, correct?
That is correct. It is
Where
on-
do the people using that skate park park?
There are some parking spots right along this edge.
Were they added as part of that development? Do you know?
I'm sorry, I don't know that.
Okay. And then what are the other facilities available in that park? Is there a playground?
No, there is not.
Are there any athletic fields?
There isn't. There is really no scheduled use or unscheduled use of that park. In fact, when this trail was improved to be able to accept the 9 Mile Creek Trail, this trail link was also added. Otherwise, prior to that, this was all just green space. What you see in this area, where it's kind of grayed out, the YMCA, when they were undergoing their renovation a couple of years ago, they utilized this as a temporary parking lot. So that's why that looks a little bit different. And honestly, historically, it has been used a little bit by Edina athletic associations, but it hasn't been for years. Most recently, this area has been used by Y athletics, but even recently, the Y groups have moved down into Adams Hill Park. So this whole area is going underutilized.
Okay. And you've described or talked about that utilization before. Is it possible, you linked it to lack of parking. When I'm looking at the parking lot that leads in, I know from York, I'm wondering, and then I hear what is and is not available at that park, I'm wondering if the lack of use isn't because there's really nothing to do there. If somebody's using this Tri-City Skate Park, that's great. But otherwise, or a walker and eventually a bicyclist. I mean, that trail connection is going to be very good and very appreciated, but it doesn't look like there's really anything there at this point.
No, you're correct. There isn't anything there, and part of the reason that there isn't anything there from our perspective is that we didn't have access or parking to be able to provide there. So it's
Well, has there been a discussion of plans or a measurement of interest in the surrounding area that would let you know that there's some use that's desired there that could occur if you just had parking?
As far as I know, Member Bennett, there has never been that discussion.
Okay. So it's surmising that it's lack of parking that's keeping the use down.
I would say somewhat it is surmising, but it is based on my conversation with park board members that have a pretty heavy history with this park, and also conversations with Director Caprias. But you're correct, there have not been any serious studies that have been done on this parkland.
And I understand there are no minutes available of the working group meetings. Thank you for responding to my request for those. But I do understand from having spoken with a working group member that that group, in its conclusion of its work, does recommended unanimously that the garden go forward, but also unanimously opposed the parking lot. Am I correct?
There was one park board member that did speak in favor of the parking lot and the community garden, so it wasn't unanimous. But the recommendation from the working group was that we put in a temporary parking lot that would utilize recycled millings from the street department and put in a temporary lot. So yes, that is correct.
Which would also be consistent with the nature of this as a pilot project.
Correct.
Okay. And has the soil been tested yet, given that there was use of this for parking during construction? I know you put a calendar in front of us, but...
Yes, Member Bennett, we did do the soil test, and we did it for two reasons, because of previous use of this site, and also because the site was previously a rock quarry. We wanted to make sure that it was the conditions were good, and we did pass the soil test.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Member Swenson.
I think this is a great use for this site, and whether it's a permanent parking lot or a crushed, recycled, I just think it needs parking, so I support parking here. I think we've talked about doing a community garden a couple of years ago when we had a proposal to use a small neighborhood park that was going to take too much space. So I'm very supportive of what you've done in a very short period of time, and I will be supporting this with my vote. The other thing I wanted you to put up is the garden basics. Do I assume this is going to happen because this is sort of timely to, depending on what we do with this?
Yes, this would happen whether or not we received approval. Obviously, we were hoping that we would receive approval, but we do have this posted and advertised already. We will be offering garden basic classes the next it's not the next 3 Fridays, but the 5th, the 19th, and then on May 17th in conjunction with the community garden or without. The other thing, if I might add, Member Swenson, after having a lot of conversations with our engineering staff and our public works director, staff does not recommend using a temporary parking lot made out of millings. They feel that it would be a potential liability because of potential uneven surfaces. They feel that it would not be the best surface in terms of handicapped accessibility, and they're also concerned about the even short-term maintenance. If we were to have even a moderate rainfall, we could get ruts in there, and we would have to go in there and constantly maintain that. Now, having said that, if the council would choose to not put in a parking lot this year, I would like to go back to the Y and have a conversation with them about potentially sharing their parking lot for this year, and then review further parking lot options in the future.
Member Brindle.
Thank you. Regarding parking, if you're going to have a community garden where people are toting things, you have to have convenient parking. Being a regular user of the Rotary Room at the Y, I know that they can use some extra parking. So I think this parking area is going to be necessary if a community garden is there. It's going to be necessary to the success of it, because if parking is not convenient to the garden, you're going to have a tough time renting plots. It's just not going to be convenient for people. So whether they live close or far, if they rent a plot there, they're going to drive there at least a few times to bring their stuff, because they're going to bring organic soils, they're going to bring their plants, they're going to bring a variety of things that they need to maintain their garden plot. And I can't see, they may walk there sometimes during the season, but I think when they are bringing equipment in, that parking lot is going to be very important. And I think if you can have a parking lot, you may as well make it a parking lot. And I do agree that it's going to be safer to have it be paved, because if you've got a person who needs a walker and is in there for the joy of doing what they've always done on an uneven surface, that doesn't work very well. And it also doesn't work very well in a wheelchair. So we've got accessible garden plots, we may as well make the whole thing accessible. Is there a compost area? What happens with the stuff like weeds?
Thank you, Member Brendel. Yes, we are proposing to add a compost area that would be most likely located just inside the fence area on the western edge, and that would be accessible through a double gate from our park maintenance team that would be able to go in and empty that.
All right. What happens to the plots like the first year? If you've got plots that aren't rented, what happens to those? Is somebody going to maintain them, or what's going to be planted there?
Thank you, Member Brendel. At this point, we're going to wait a few weeks and really determine the level of interest in our first year. We have two options. One option would be to just let it be grass and maintain that this year and only plow up to what we have rented this year. The other option is to possibly pursue some other partnerships, maybe with community ed, maybe with city staff, maybe with other boards and commissions that might want to partner on some other. We really want to try to drum up as much interest as we possibly can. So, but our two options would either be to leave it natural as it is, or to till it up and get the plots ready for next year.
All right. And the application, is it like a rental agreement?
It is similar to a rental agreement. I would be more than happy to put it up. I don't know that you're going to be able to see it real well, but it is included in the packet. And
I didn't see it in our packet.
Oh,
is it? I saw it mentioned.
You know, I apologize. It is not. It is not included in your packet. I put the rules and the policies in the packet, but yes, it's a very simple application that would allow the gardeners. It would be actually a packet of materials with the rules and with the plot map. Oh, thank you, Kristen. That would give people an opportunity to select their site, give some general information and dates, and this is what the application itself would look like. The main issue for us is determining if they're Edina residents, so we can prioritize the use of the plots.
All right. I like the idea. I hope it flies. And it's in an area of apartment housing. So if 7500 York and the popularity of that garden is any indication, I hope that the people in the area take the opportunity to rent a plot that's close to them and grow their own summer tomatoes and enjoy it.
Is that a motion?
Oh, sure, it's a motion.
I'll second.
Okay.
Discussion.
Yes.
Member Bennett.
Well, a couple of things. First of all, who is providing liability insurance?
The city would be.
Okay. It is one thing that Gardening Matters points out that the lack of it is a public relations disaster waiting to happen. So it's good to hear that that will be covered. Let's talk a little bit about parking. So I'm assuming your motion then includes the parking lot that's requested?
Absolutely.
Which would be a permanent lot, a 29-space lot. How is this not a privatization of public land?
Because it's available to the public.
Well, but the entrance to it is through private land. There is no street access to it, is there?
We kind of went through this when we did the skate park, and that turned out not to be a concern, so I don't feel that it's a concern for me in this particular case.
We're going to have a cross easement, aren't we, with the Y? The city attorney's already prepared it, I believe.
What it provides is that we can use their parking lot, they can use ours, and we can access our parking lot through their parking lot out to the street.
How airtight, watertight are that type of agreement? What guarantee does the city have that once this parking lot is constructed on its land, it will always have access to it, even though, again, it does not have street access?
Well, it won't be perpetual. It could be. First, the YMCA, as far as I know, there is no signed agreement. It has to be approved by you, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be approved by the Y. We have a draft right now. But it'll be we will be letting them use our property. And if the easement goes away, or the shared parking goes away, then the YMCA won't be able to use that parking.
Can you please say that one more time?
The part will remain on our land. We're not giving them an easement.
Okay.
As such, we're not giving them fee title.
Yes.
We have a shared parking agreement that says for the duration of this agreement, they can use our parking and we can use all their parking, and we can use their accesses.
Okay, and what, again, to the perpetual nature of it, you said this will not be in perpetuity.
It'll say it's for a certain number of years. It wouldn't have to.
So it could be perpetual?
Yes.
Which would give the city better protection?
Yes. But it would, right now the draft says it's for a certain period. And there's a blank there. It hasn't been filled in.
Mm-hmm. This is closer. I have actually been working personally on this since about 2008, 2009, and I really want to see community gardens in the city. What I also would love to see is a policy that identifies a decision-making process. What is our selection criteria? How do we locate these in neighborhoods, if that's desirable or not? We've never had a clear decision on that. And this is closer in the sense that it is in a more densely populated area. I am troubled that the issues of access and parking have kind of come up almost like a caboose. I'm troubled by the fact that we're talking about a pilot project with a permanent parking lot. When we don't have a plan for the future use of the park, we say it's been historically underused, but we don't know what the use would be in the area. We know there are more families moving in with young children. Where is the closest playground? Cornelius School Park?
Probably 75, or at Yorktown.
Well, Yorktown Commons.
Yorktown Commons.
But that's not a public playground.
Oh, it's a playground. You asked where's the closest playground.
Right, but for the kids who live at the Durham, where's their playground? Richfield. In Richfield. Which thanks to Richfield. But I'm frustrated that it's 4 years later and we still don't have a policy. We're doing one-offs, basically. And I thought we were going to try not to do one-offs. And I'd like to be able to support this, but I don't. What happens to the parking lot again if the garden's discontinued? We have a parking lot we may or may not need.
make it perpetual.
Well, and last thing I do want to note is when this came forward, when the Y came forward for redevelopment, they needed 332 parking stalls. We approved it with 333 parking stalls. It was touted as having no parking shortage. And as other developments are being approved throughout the area, like the Byerly's redevelopment, and that's short parking, I think we might want to start to put pieces together. And if one development that was not supposed to be short parking now is saying it's short parking, what are our assurances that another development where we're deliberately approving something with less parking than it needs, what are our assurances that that's not going to have some inconvenience of use? And that's not your issue, that's our issue. But anyway, putting the pieces together, I think it's an issue for us.
Okay, can I call the question?
Yep.
All right. All those in favor of the project as proposed, including the permanent parking lot that we're going to do as a public nonprofit partnership with appropriate legal protections, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Carried.
Thank you.
Yep. Thanks for undertaking a pilot. I suspect that as we go along here, we see how this works out. We'll get to what Member Bennett is concerned about, and that is some sort of an overall policy, but let's see if it works first.
Thank you, Mayor Hovland. We're very excited about the project.
So am I.
All right, we've got something back in front of us, and that's the potential amendment of Chapter 4 of our code concerning demolition permits for single and double dwelling units.
Oh, no.
Oh, excuse me, I've missed one here. Yeah, we got a letter of support, 8D, excuse me, letter of support for utility franchise bill. Manager Neal, you have this matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is a request. It comes to you in the form of a request from the City of Minneapolis. They have been working on legislation called House File 1450 and Senate File 1490. The purpose of this bill is to expand the number of subjects and the types of subjects that are subject to negotiation in a negotiation process between a city and a publicly regulated utility such as Xcel Energy and CenterPoint Energy. There is a short list of 6 items that are described in this bill. Minneapolis is interested in Edina's position on this as our utility franchise agreement with Xcel Energy expires soon, relatively soon, in 2015. I haven't had any discussion beyond that with the city or with our legislative contingent wanting to wait to see how much interest the City Council had in this issue.
Have we heard from Energy and Environment on this?
We have not. We have not.
Well, this is so fresh that I don't think they would have had a chance to take a look at this, but I think they should take a look at it. I mean, it's got some elements to it that are quite comprehensive, and I think before we render an opinion on whether or not whether to be requiring energy efficiency goals for public utilities, commission-regulated utilities, we ought to get some real good advice from our Energy and Environment Commission. I don't think that this probably has legs this session regardless, but I think even if it did, I would want to send it to the Energy and Environment Commission to have them take a look at it and see what's good and what's bad about it.
I have a question.
Member Brindle.
Of our utilities, what we consider utilities, which ones are commission-regulated utilities?
Only 2. Excuse me. 3. Telephone, gas, and electric.
Not cable.
Cable television is regulated at the federal level by the FCC, and those 3 utilities are regulated at the state level.
So telephone, gas, and electric.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Does somebody want to move to send this matter to the Energy and Environment Commission for review and comment?
So moved. Second.
Right. Got a motion and a second. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Now, Manager Neal, we're going to go to a second level of discussion on the proposed ordinance amendment that would deal with demolition permits for single and double dwelling units.
Thank you, Your Honor. The council first had discussion on this item at the March 5th council meeting on March 19th, which was 2 weeks ago. The council gave formal consideration to the ordinance, and we had some discussion about the ordinance provisions during the work session, and then we all had additional discussion about the ordinance that evening. You provided staff with a great deal of feedback, and we hope that we have captured that feedback in the version of the ordinance that's before you tonight, which we refer to as version 7. And just to give you a quick rundown of what's different in this ordinance, based on the input you provided us, was that we've clarified the provisions, which provisions apply to building permits and which provisions apply to demolition permits and which apply to both. We've edited the definition of demolition. We've reduced the insurance requirements from limits of $2 million to limits of $1 million to be consistent with state statutes regarding contractor licensure. We deleted the letter of credit requirement for $10,000 and replaced it with a $2,500 cash escrow. We changed the provision about photo documentation. The previous version asked the contractor or the applicant to provide photo documentation of the site. The council asked that the city take care of that, and so city staff or contractor will do that. We deleted the requirement for the neighborhood meeting to be held in City Hall. We changed the work hour requirements from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Friday to 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, and to 9 to 6 on Saturdays, and no work on Sundays, and then just some miscellaneous language. So those are the changes that have been incorporated. City Attorney is the primary author of this document, and he and I and Carrie, and we also have staff from our building inspections group tonight available if you have any questions about how something is handled in the field and practical questions.
Good. Questions, Member Sprague.
With respect to hours, that section is found in another part of the ordinance, is it not? Isn't that 1043D? And are we approving changes to that part of the ordinance as well, or will that come at a later time? In particular, I'm referencing hours of construction. It should be under our noise ordinance.
This only changes the hours for these activities regulated by this section, demolition and construction of dwellings.
So that is an issue that we should have some council discussion on, because it's conceivable that you could have projects, literally across the street from one another that would be governed by different noise standards, different construction time requirements.
I guess I don't understand why we don't have a global standard for construction in 1043D, which is the noise ordinance.
1040.03, and it's even more limited than that, in that it just applies to mechanized noise. The existing noise ordinance is actually just prohibitive of noise that's produced by, so in other words, you can wield a hammer that's audible beyond the property line. You can't use an air-driven hammer.
Whatever they want. I think they should be different. They can be. I'll just point out, this is much more restrictive in what you can do.
Right.
You can't be on the site.
Right, but I don't want to leave a loophole for a different type of construction activity to occur, as Manager Neal just referenced, where remodeling is going on next door. They're following the noise ordinance, which says 9 to 6 Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays, and then this person who has a construction permit, new construction permit, has more restrictive hours. So don't we have to address that through revision of 1040.03? That's my question.
You could.
It would be good it would be very good to have them be both be consistent.
I agree. With respect to, there was a letter included in our correspondence from MAR, Minneapolis Association of Realtors. There were some points they brought up that were not even necessarily real estate related, just about clarity and language that I wanted your opinion on, Roger. So in terms of our standards with regards to soils investigation report, we have it's very broad in the statute. We were going to do within X feet of a side yard, but we took that out.
10 feet, and that was actually, yes.
Right. So now it's do we need to have any objective standards in there, or is it fully discretionary? And is that advisable? Same would go with regards to mitigation under stormwater and erosion control plans.
Mm-hmm.
And Member Sprague, to your question or comment, I believe that our discussion concerned, we knew that in some areas of town there was knowledge of soil conditions.
Yep.
And so to require testing when those conditions were known to staff would be duplicative or unnecessarily expensive. On the other hand, there are areas of town where it's not known, and so what I think we were trying to do is leave it to staff's determination, which to us seemed broad enough but also protective. But I did see that criticism.
I believe there's there is a standard here. It isn't just says we can do it if we want to. It says based upon soil types, topography, the location of adjacent structure, and other pertinent information.
Okay.
For example, as your building inspector pointed out to me, if there's been lots of activity and all sorts of lots on both sides of this, and you have a certain soil type, well, you could have some odd one here, but it's probably continues, and you can make some judgments based on that kind of knowledge. If I could just back up to the noise question,
Yep.
issue one minute. The problem we have making this taking this, for example, and making it generalized, it says deliveries of equipment material to the site, work crews on site, and construction. Well, you can't make that a general. You couldn't take this, for example, and put it over in your nuisance ordinance, because delivery of equipment to site, work crews on site, I mean, that wouldn't work in a lot of contexts.
That's not what I mean. I mean the opposite of taking the noise ordinance and making those hours
The hours.
the same as these hours, which is
This is more restrictive, right?
But the noise ordinance now is more liberal for
Yes.
other types of projects. That's what I want to undo, so that the noise ordinance hours are the same
But
as.
that would mean, for example, and I don't know when they cut their grass, the golf courses couldn't cut grass on Sunday.
But that's a specialized exception. That's in another part
Yes.
of it. The current
I'm talking about. Yeah,
The provision reads, "No person shall engage in or permit construction and repair activities involving the use of any kind of electric, diesel, or gas-powered motor vehicles or machine or other power equipment audible beyond the property line of the property." So that's the limitation with what we currently have is
Yes.
we've got the standard of audibility beyond the property line, but we're requiring that the noise be produced by power. So perhaps, and not to link the issues in this meeting, I think that they can be separated. But to Member Sprague's point, I think this also needs attention so that we have a consistent standard. And we would want to have the same hours. And then we would also want to have, I think, remove the reference to power equipment in the current, in 1040.
Could you pass me down the ordinance since you have it there for a second, please?
Maybe for today.
Yeah, I would say take a look at it.
Yeah, that's it.
We
Yep.
could deal with this ordinance, and if you want changes in other ordinances, we could bring them back to you if you choose.
Yes,
That's
again,
actually the point.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting at, yep. Okay, so you're saying we have an objective standard for, we mentioned soil and topography.
I don't see much difference between what Mara is suggesting and what's crafted. Because it does require, as our attorney said, to take into consideration soil types, topography, location of adjacent structures.
Yep.
I think you try to get more definitive than that, and it creates some problems for our people.
And again, what we were trying to do is remove an arbitrary standard regardless of knowledge of underlying conditions.
Right. What about appeal
What will it
provisions?
be? I mean, before, in the other draft, we were requiring that this be done, and now we've given general direction of the building official.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm comfortable with that, Mayor. What about the appeal provisions? Appeal of misdemeanor or appeal of work stoppage? What's the normal?
Well, I've never heard of if the city decides to cite someone with a misdemeanor,
They go to court.
They go to court and they challenge it there.
So the stop work order, it's not like an appeal to our construction appeals
That's
board.
the misdemeanor. Stop work order is something different. I mean, you can always come in and you can effectively appeal that to you folks if you want to, or to the construction board. But I've never heard it, or they can appeal it to court, just to court. Yeah.
Okay,
There's
so there's
many possibilities there for them.
There's other avenues already in
Yeah,
existence.
they've got their existing rights of appeal within the judicial system.
Right.
If they get cited for a misdemeanor.
Sure.
Right.
Now, whether it should be a misdemeanor or a petty misdemeanor, or there should be different classes, I don't know.
What about, with respect to parking, if a construction vehicle parks, there's more than 12 feet, and then another vehicle, a neighbor's car on the other side comes up and parks, and then you have less than 12 feet. Does this sweep that activity into its scope so that that construction vehicle would be penalized even though they didn't create the less than 12 feet? It was the neighbor's car? See what I'm saying?
I'm looking for the section, I'm sorry. So I see what you're talking about. They'd both be in violation. They would have to move it. There's got to be 12 feet.
Oh, parking is allowed on local.
You have to allow a 12-foot
Space.
lane, yes. So what I don't want to do is, I want to make sure we have the right person accountable, I guess is what I'm saying.
This only applies to the permit holder and folks working for the permit holder. It would not apply to for example, the residents on the other side of the street or
So
anyone else.
would it simply be a question of fact for the patrol officer going out there to know who parked where first?
Well, they could tell if there isn't 12 feet, they could tell the permit holder to get that truck out of there because there's a violation.
Even though they didn't cause?
Yes.
Okay.
I have a question.
You finished?
Yep.
Okay. Member Brindle, and then I'm sure some of the rest of us have questions as well. Go ahead.
Since we're talking demolition, how often does it happen that a home is demolished and then the lot sits there for a time before building begins? How often does that happen? I mean, it certainly happens in Indian Hills. I mean, they're not building the day after they tear down, sometimes.
That's not uncommon.
The question I have is, and we visited about this morning, the protective fencing is not adequate to protect a child in the area from falling into a hole or the basement or whatever.
Don't they have 30 days if they have to have done something with it?
It doesn't say anything about 30 days.
Under a regular. Or did I read that somebody else had 30 days, that if you didn't start building, you had to fill any hole left by demolition in 30 days?
Well, I mean, that's
We read that
not
somewhere.
my point. My point is fencing to protect the area, protect the building site, but also to keep people out of there.
So regardless of whether the house has been torn down
Right.
and it hasn't been excavated, or whether it's been torn and
Right.
excavated, there ought to
Yep.
be there ought to be sufficient fencing around it.
It is not a
from
safe site.
Public safety standpoint.
Right.
And
It is not a
site
safe
management
site.
standpoint,
Right.
too.
When the house has been torn down It's not a safe site during construction, and the fencing we require is way inadequate to provide safety.
I think I mentioned I talked to one of our a high-end builder who does work in our community from time to time. He's doing a project right now down in Glencoe, Illinois, and he said the city of Glencoe requires 6-foot chain link fence around the whole lot with a gate, and everything has to be inside the fence. Everything has to take place there.
You know, I heard you say that, and then so I asked a number of residents who've called or I've run into and what they wanted to talk about this, how they felt about a chain link fence around a building site in their neighborhood, and I didn't get the most positive response on that. So I agree that you bring up a safety issue, but I would just tell you that I don't really know how our residents feel about that.
Well, it's going to go away, but while it's needed, it provides the needed safety. I mean, where's the liability in that? Is it on the builder? Is it on the excavator? Is it on the homeowner?
Lot owner.
Well, I would think they'd want the protection.
There's your city attorney right there.
It's not on the city.
Well, okay.
We have statutory immunity on that, something like that. But who would they sue? I guess they could sue the lot owner, the excavator, the builder, anyone involved.
How about if we try to get some feedback on that? I agree that it's something we haven't included in here, but let's look at what we have in here right now.
Yeah. Anything else, Mary? All right. Member Bennett.
Thank you. Responding again to some of the concerns that have been raised in correspondence, at the present time, under our existing code or practice, someone applies for a demolition permit for demolition activities, they apply for a construction permit for construction activities, and depending on the kind of remodeling, they also need a permit for that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Is that made clear? We have correspondence saying that that's not clear.
It's clear to me.
Okay. I guess they combined that with a request that we look at combining permits, but that's not the practice at this time for those two types of activity, correct?
If you look at 411.03, it says the demolition of a single or two-family dwelling unit is, is prohibited without permit issued by the building official pursuant to this section, period.
Mm-hmm.
The construction of a single or two-family dwelling unit is prohibited without a building permit issued by the building official pursuant to this section and section 410 of the city code.
And then permit application, should there be a parentheses S, close paren, after permit applications, and then also parentheses S after fees on line 2?
On permit application. You can, sure.
Okay, that may or may not clarify. And it's my understanding demolition permit is set, construction permit depends on the value of the work.
That's correct. That's right.
Okay. There was, again, correspondence about the notice for demolition permit, construction. I think we've heard enough consistently from residents and neighbors that it is demolition activity that is alarming them. Construction, they can kind of be aware of. Demolition activity may occur more all at once. The dust is definitely a concern. And I know we discussed that last time, but we do have some correspondence about it again today. Because that requirement of an hour, abating within an hour, at that point everything may be over. And the dust may be settled on people's lawns. Even if they've closed their windows, even if they've known about it, it can still remain in the atmosphere enough so that it's being tracked in on pets' feet, on people's feet. What do we do to provide protection with particularly lead paint and asbestos, but other potentially noxious or dangerous substances?
I don't know if there's a way of preventing any dust from occurring during this activity. I wouldn't know how to do it. Maybe building official would have some idea, but I don't know how you can prevent there being some dust.
And then we're not talking about prevention of all, but I think the idea that, so at this point, it looks like subdivision 7, let's see, what's the, 41106, subdivision 7 states dust control is the responsibility of the permit holder. The permit holder must eliminate dust problems within 1 hour of receiving notice that there is a dust problem. Can we put an affirmative responsibility to, we talked about not being able to use water in the winter, and I understand that.
Probably isn't much, I'm no expert on dust, but I doubt there's that much dust in the winter either, is there, from this kind of activity?
Yeah, the wind's blowing you.
I suppose. Yeah.
But in the winter, you don't have your windows open necessarily.
Yeah.
And you're probably less likely to be outside less frequently.
And if the soil is frozen, you're not going to have much blown around.
And then less impactful. But in the summer months and the warmer months, are you saying an affirmative duty to hose down? Is that a best practice that's out there? Are we having issues with that? Are people reporting that?
I can't answer that.
We had some discussion about it before. I think it is
Marty's
probably a
here.
best
Where's-
practice.
Marty, can you talk about that issue, please?
Mr.
Good evening, Mayor
Kirchman
and
is not.
Council. I'm Marty Shear, the fire chief, and I brought with me Greg Baumstra. He's one of our building inspectors that does primary residential, and he's actually the better expert on answering these types of questions. So I'll turn it over to Greg.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
Thank
talk
you.
to us about dust.
The dust. Summertime on demolitions, they do usually have somebody there with no more than a hose spraying down where the buckets are, grabbing and throwing it in the dumpster. I know of a couple of the contractors, the demo contractors, that put a sprinkler up in the attic the day before demo and let that run all night to try and soak everything, and that seems to help with it. But you are going to have dust.
Yeah.
I mean, it's inevitable.
But what is reasonable in terms of that balance, because there some and then coating the neighborhood, or also I think we're more aware now of the danger from asbestos and lead paint than we were before. We understand, I think Roger, you mentioned at the last meeting that there is a federal standard on lead paint, or maybe it was Steve Kirchman who said there is a federal standard on lead paint, but not yet on asbestos.
For residential, that's correct. And they do have, most of the companies are doing asbestos testing prior to the demolition and are having those items removed and put in just asbestos dump sites. The lead paint is an issue that's by the state, is governed for remodeling contractors and building contractors, but not demolition. So we don't have any control over that.
So what does this mean from a regulatory standpoint?
Would you suggest changing that language that we have, or is that sufficient?
The language on the dust control?
Yes.
Have you maybe witnessed somebody sawing the stone when they're doing stonework on a house?
That would be the Halifax complaint.
That generates complaints almost immediately because
Yep.
it's just a cloud that floats across the street. That can be taken care of with a wet saw. If they're sawing with a wet saw, that dust is minimal compared to that. But for some reason or other, they don't seem to think that the dust cloud drifting down the block is an issue.
So it's simply by complaint or by discovery for inspecting a site?
Then let's try it by complaint and see where it goes, and we'll ask for your guidance if we need to change it.
Well, here is a question. So if what we have here allows it to continue for an hour after notice is received, is it likely to be more effective? The affirmative statement that it's the responsibility of the permit holder is good. It's fine. It's clear. And then it's a question of what individual permit holders will do, as you're pointing out. So if we say that they'll eliminate the dust problems immediately after receiving notice, then there's a disincentive to do the activity in the first place.
I think that would be, I mean, if we're going to drive out there and tell them to take care of the dust. It should
You don't
be
want to stay for an
immediately.
hour and wait and see if he actually does it?
Yeah, I think it should, immediately would be fine.
Okay, okay.
Let's make that change.
All right. Can we make them use a wet saw?
Well, I was just using that as
Just
an
one
example.
example.
Well, I know
So-
exactly the
But
difference.
that doesn't have anything to do with the demolition portion, or the, well, on some of the building.
So
a
it
little
does.
bit.
Yeah,
I mean,
you
it
are
could be the
correct.
retaining wall, or the brick pavers, and the landscape guys are just a whole spectrum.
So we regulate the outcome. If there's dust problem and you show up, then they have to rectify it immediately.
I think you had a change to sub 6 and add the,
Actually, on subdivision
what was it?
5 and 6, you have parallel language about the signage. It says the sign must also provide a city phone number to call with any questions, complaints, or concerns. The dimension of the sign must be between 5 and 6 square feet. And I would add, both in subdivision 5 and 6 after that, and be visible from the street.
And be placed in a location visible from the street?
I would say be visible from the street, just to keep it simple, but the concept is there.
You're talking about the sign being visible from the
Yep.
street, or you're talking about the language on the sign being visible from the street?
That's a good point.
Because
Both.
I've got folks calling me saying they went up to look at the sign at a construction site and they could barely read the information, even when they got up right next to the sign. So I'm wondering about font size.
We talked about that last time, and we said try it, and then we can go back and...
And the contents be
massage it.
visible from the street? The dimension of the sign must be between 5 and 6 square feet, and the contents be visible from the street.
That's fine.
Do we have a gap with respect to remodeling projects? I know that we intentionally we modified, amended the definition of demolition to no longer include the
Roof.
demolition of 50% or more of the roof.
Yeah.
And again, the language in this is consistent with what is already in our code for certificate of appropriateness for heritage properties. So there's a consistency in the code. However, we did make that change, deleting, and I believe that Mr. Kirchman told us that the activity related to that major remodeling project, such as adding a second story, would be captured with the construction permit. But with the language here, where the permit is for the construction of a new home, that major remodeling activity would not be captured by the language of this provision. Do we intend for this language to apply to remodeling as well? For instance, the noise, bringing material onto a site, the noise emanating from the site?
As written, this only applies to the constructions of new dwellings,
Yes.
not remodeling.
Right, I understand that, and I'm asking if my colleagues feel that that's a gap.
We would have to go back to, well, there's two ways. One is to relax the language on demo, which we tightened up, so that major remodel is kind of out from the demo. So we'd have to add yet another definition
Well,
to
no.
pull that in. Is that what you're...
Well, again, we changed the definition of demolition
Right.
in reliance on the fact that the activities that would then ensue and produce some of the challenges that we're trying to address, that they would be captured with the construction permit.
Well, how many permits do you need if you're going to tear down a house and build a new one? You need a demo permit, and you need your construction building permit.
Building permit.
I don't know why you would include construction permit information in this. Isn't that what you were asking?
No, she's saying if you pull a remodeling permit, should some of this regulatory language apply to that activity?
You have a big remodeling job.
Yeah.
We certainly gave that some thought, and one of the issues we have is major remodeling job. What exactly is that?
Mm-hmm.
This requires, for example, stormwater permits and all sorts of things.
True.
And
You need a different ordinance to address that if you want to.
we have an ordinance on regular building permits for everything else.
Okay.
it's covered. But
Yep.
it isn't doesn't have all the requirements that this particular ordinance does. But if, you know, if I'm going to put up, I started out by, what if I put out a deck? You know, I'm putting out a 10-foot wood deck. You don't care about that. And what if it's all remodeling his interior and you're not going to see anything from outside the house? I might not care about that.
Right.
No,
and so you're trying to constantly draw a line. And so we made it so far in a very simple location that if it's a new house, this applies. If it's not a new house, it doesn't apply. Your existing code provisions apply.
Well, then I guess I asked the question, do we go back to the previous definition of demolition, which included removing more than 50% of the roof? Because if you're going to be adding a second story, that is a project that is going to be visible from the street, affect your neighbors.
Well, it falls under the existing code then.
I myself, because I'm the one that suggested that, I would keep the existing language, let the other provisions capture that activity, and amend the noise ordinance to close the loop on that type of activity. It's not going to have the same, excavation, soil topography, things that are going on, especially the second floor remodels, which is why we took it out, because it didn't have that excavation impact. It will have some dust. It will definitely have noise and activity. And so that's why I wanted to close the loop with 104003 to capture that. So I think for myself, that would be sufficient for now. And then again, if we need to close it further later, we'll have to readdress that.
I have one question as you're just finishing this up. We have this thing where you have to have a pad for going in and out of stone. What happens in this time of the year when someone goes into a site with some heavy vehicle and then they track dirt blocks away from it because they haven't, I followed a track actually last week, and I know the builder, and he kind of shoveled in front of the house to get rid of it, but 54th Street was actually impassable in one lane if you were a walker or a biker because there was so much dirt. So I'm just curious.
Our current rules and procedures are in place, and we do the best we can to track them down and make them clean it up.
Okay, so I could have called and reported him.
Yep. And we would do that.
I'm kind of crabby at him too, so that would have been fun. Darn, I missed that opportunity.
Roger, could I ask you a couple of questions? On page 41103 deals with demolition, and then I'm wondering if, because in 41102 you talked about definitions of two types of permits, demolition and building, if 41103 on the second line should say without a demolition permit.
Sure.
And then 41104 deals with permit application, and it was unclear to me whether you intended that to apply to demolition permits or building permits or both.
Both. Because 41103 it says this section applies to two types of permits.
Okay. And then over on page 2, subdivision 4, with respect to the photography, I'm assuming there that pertains to the demolition permit before a permit is issued, or do you want that to cover both?
Right now it covers both.
Covers both? Okay.
If you want it just to cover one, we can change that.
Well, because in part there could be damage to things like curbs, sidewalks, streets, with
Yeah,
construction activities
I'm happy to have it
demolition
cover both.
activities.
I just want to make sure that the language, because it just says before a permit is issued, and it creates some ambiguity to me.
Well, if you go up to 411.05, it says, unless otherwise specifically provided, the following are required for both the demolition permits and building permits.
All right, we covered that font size. Over on page 3, subdivision 7, which is that stormwater management plan that I think Member Sprague touched on it briefly. Mar had raised that issue as well. And one of the questions they had was this stormwater management and erosion control plan language designed in a way that it should be applicable during the construction period only, or is that a permanent obligation on the part of the builder?
The plan should, as written, has to show how it will be permanently handled.
The plan for the home?
Yeah. The
Yeah.
stormwater plan would show.
So
for example,
by virtue of it being part of the plan for the home, it becomes permanent in nature.
it would show how the runoff would work.
Yeah.
I'll make it simple. I'm on top of the hill, it's all going to run down into the catch basin on the street, as an example. That will show how the stormwater drainage will work. Or it's going to show what's going to be cast off to the neighbors, or it's going to show whatever's going to happen to it.
Yeah.
The city engineer has to approve it, not the city attorney.
Okay.
Goodness. Yes.
Which is why you didn't go into engineering?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And then there was the subdivision 9, which is prior to commencing demolition, protective fencing approved by the building official must be installed around boulevard trees and trees that will not be removed.
Sometimes in plans, we have trees that shouldn't be removed, that
Well-
we designate, so
Right.
that made sense to me. I didn't know why we were mucking with it.
Well, we were
No, I
discussing.
wouldn't mess with it, but it did raise the issue that we've discussed periodically, and that is, do we want more language in there protecting trees on a piece of property where the trees are significant in size and don't play any role in the reconstruction or the excavation or
That to me is
reconstruction?
a separate,
It's being worked on. There's a
Yeah.
task force working on it right now.
Tree
The planning
ordinance.
commission
Yep.
is working on it right now. And the reason why we left the language
and the
as we
seventh
did.
grade Southview students actually are working on it now. If you want to come with me next Thursday at 11:30, you can see their presentation on it.
All right, maybe
But
I
also,
will.
Your Honor, we left the language as it was because when we spoke with Mr. Kirchman, it was felt that it would leave him again the ability to use his professional determination as to what was an adequate fencing.
Yeah, well, it's, for the lot and for the trees, I would assume.
Yes.
Yeah, the fencing issue is one that I guess we could refine over time, but I'm,
Well, Mayor, are you saying, so protective fencing around boulevard trees and trees that will not be removed? I mean, what's trees? Is it a little scrub tree that's 1 inch?
I think that's one of the issues that Mara raised. What is a tree?
Well, do we have to say that the building official designates, or how do we specify to
You could say
avoid?
trees above a certain caliper width.
Well, we could just leave it to the discretion of the building official, too. If you want-
I can understand some desire for a little bit more if there are really, small scrub trees. But this is intended to respond to concern that's been raised about such significant loss of urban
Tree canopy.
tree
yeah.
canopy that it's actually changing the community.
Yep.
It's changing our neighborhood. We don't look the same as,
I just want the expectation to be clear as to which trees, that's all.
Well,
Sure.
this is clear, is this not, why isn't this clear?
well, trees that will not be removed. The question is, are you talking about every little sapling, or are you
Right.
talking about
There-
trees above a certain size?
The property owner is determining which trees are not going to be removed
that's
that
true.
are on private
It's
property.
at their discretion.
We don't
Right.
we
Okay.
don't stop somebody from taking
Oh,
down
okay.
every tree on their private property they want to take down.
Right.
We don't regulate that.
We now know how
We
late it's
we
getting.
might in the future, but we
Okay,
don't
but
now.
that's, yeah.
Okay, that'll be
So in fact,
satisfactory for
it's
now.
not our standard, it's the homeowner's standard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, so to kind of double back on what Member Brindle had brought up with regard to fencing, I'm still not satisfied with the level of protection we provide to the public with regard to the fencing we have in place now. And you need to look no further than the project on, I think it was Bruce, next to the Wurtelman residence, or over on 60th and St. John. You could drive off your driveway and drive over 5 feet and go right through, right into an excavated site.
But if they had had a shoring plan and the building official could have required something more stringent, but nothing was triggered for that pre-demolition inspection that
Right.
would have allowed that
Right.
discretionary decision to have been made. That's why it existed, not because we don't require chain link fencing on every single site. I mean, I don't think aesthetically, that's going to be a good solution for the city. It adds $3,000 to $4,000 per project. That's going to go back to the homeowner. We've already ratcheted back fees to make this not too onerous. So I just don't see the benefit that we get out of it from versus the cost.
Since we have our inspections group here listening to this conversation, obviously as they work through instituting this plan, we're going to ask for feedback. That would certainly be an area, Mayor, that we could ask for feedback on. I would rather be able to pass this tonight and get this
Steve,
going
this is good. We should
than to hold it up
brought you back up here. I drive along and I see Lath holding up that little wavy orange fence, and it's 2 feet from a 10-foot hole. What?
Part of that was with the frost in the ground. They were unable to put it up securely. Our building department policy now is if they cannot have 10 feet between the new structure and the property line, and that's a number we just picked out of the air. Don't know where it came from, that they put up that orange construction fence. We have no provisions if it's a driveway right there where the car could drive off easily. It's just the 10-foot number from the property building, new building to the property line. Some ideas we've had is to change that to from the overdig size of the hole to have 10 feet to the side, which is going to mean every lot then it's going to have some type of protective fencing up there.
All right, well, it sounds like a conversation for another day.
Can we request more information?
Yeah, I think we could. I think we could look at what other cities do. We've been doing that with respect to some of these issues, and I think it's an important one. I think public safety is very, very important. So,
it is.
Okay.
We did.
So where did that put us? Sending us back for another version?
Can we move? Can I move the ordinance with the changes that we discussed here? I think
do it on a first reading basis.
On a first reading
and
basis,
then we'll
yes.
bring
So
it back.
I would move the ordinance with the changes to subdivision 7 that eliminates within 1 hour and instead says immediately upon receiving notice. And then also with the changes I highlighted to the signage.
Contents visible from the street.
Contents visible from the street in subdivision 5 and subdivision 6.
Plural on permit applications on 411.04.
Yep.
And 411.03 adding demolition.
Okay.
Yeah, in subdivision 4, we had that interlineation word demolition in front of permit on page 2.
So,
right there. Just so it's clear.
Before a demolition permit is issued?
Yep.
Okay. The building official must photograph the existing condition of the property, curb, sidewalk, street, boulevards, and trees adjacent to the property.
But, Your Honor, again, there is a question of the responsibility if there is damage to public facilities such as streets and curbs during construction activities as well. So I'm not sure that limiting that photographic, if it's a vacant lot, for instance, on which a house is being constructed, or a home that's been vacant for a time, that a home was demolished, I don't think you want to just limit it to demolition. I don't think that protects the city's interest.
I would agree with Joni.
Okay, leave it the way it is then.
Yeah.
So all of the foregoing changes except the last one. That's in my motion.
Okay.
Second. Now, this is just our first reading on this, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Did you get that subdivision 7 on the dust control immediately after?
Yes.
Yes, that was my first noted change.
It is, so if you adopt this, we will schedule it for second reading on April 16th.
Okay.
Perfect.
Oh,
And you would prefer us not to waive second on this one, that you would prefer to bring it back to us for a second vote?
I would.
Are you asking what my preference is?
Well, either
He
of
doesn't
you,
have a preference.
actually.
Need to,
Ask us.
yeah,
Well, no, you or Roger or
I'd like to see the changes and have it come back to us for a second reading.
I think with all deliberate speed, the council should do this because it will add some stability to the market. And
Well,
'cause there's
that's
a lot
why
of-
I'm asking why
Right.
we weren't waiving second reading because of the market
know.
issue.
Well,
So
what
that,
else
I
we
just
expect
need
to
to
happen?
hear why.
Right, I think the changes that have been proposed this evening are minor changes in comparison to minor changes, period. There's some clarification, and so I would be comfortable with second reading.
So I will accept that friendly amendment and waive second reading into my motion if you'll second that.
I will second it, or,
Just to be, because I'm the one that has to prepare this, just to be clear, here are the changes I'm going to make. Starting at the beginning, in 411.03, in the second line, I'll add the word prohibited without add demolition permit.
Yep.
On 411.04, I'll add S's after forms and fees, parens.
permit applications in the title and permit fees in line 2 in 411.04.
Permit applications, forms, and fees. So I'll add 3 S's.
Okay, yeah.
And then on page 3, on subdivision 5, I will add the sign and the content of the sign must be visible from the street. I'll add the same language in subdivision 6.
Yes, that's correct.
Yep.
On page 8, subdivision 7, I will delete within 1 hour hearing of to provide immediately upon receiving notice.
Yes.
Those are the only changes I will make.
Yep. Oh, as long as we're on this, in the subdivision 6 above, comma after keep should be deleted. Permit holder must keep streets, sidewalks, boulevard areas. There's a stray comma.
Right.
In subdivision 6?
Line 4 of subdivision 6 above dust control.
Page 4.
Page 4.
Page 4. Subdivision 4, line 4?
Subdivision 6, line 4.
Oops, where's subdivision?
The permit holder must keep streets, sidewalks. There's a comma after the word keep. Page 4, subdivision 6, end of line
There's
4.
There's no subdivision 6 on page 4, is my problem.
There is on
It's
mine.
page 4.
Could you just give me the permit?
It's 41106, subdivision 6,
Yep.
line 4. Eliminate the comma after keep.
After cans, plastic.
Keep going.
Another material that is not needed for construction from the site or deposited them in a dumpster.
Next sentence, the permit holder must keep.
Yep, take the comma out after keep.
Okay, I would accept as a second the change to do second reading.
Okay. So we've got a friendly amendment. Okay, we'll handle on one single motion, I think. We're going to handle this 2013-4 matter as proposed by Member Sprague. There's a request for waiver of second reading, and any further discussion?
Mayor, just, you said 2013-4, I believe it's
2013-3.
I'm looking at the covering letter.
You are?
2013-3 on the body of the ordinance itself. The covering memo has the wrong reference.
Yep.
All right. So we need a roll call.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Mayor Husler.
Aye.
Mayor, so can we also ask that 104003 be brought back to us in 2 weeks? Is everyone comfortable with that?
As long as the time works for Roger.
We'll do it.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Now we're going to move on to the consideration of the revised plans for the Southdale apartments.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This was an item that you had tabled at your last council meeting and asked that the applicant come back This is considering revisions for the Southdale apartment plans. Just to remind you again of your options here, you can approve the changes to the site plan and buildings, or you can send it back to the Planning Commission. If it is sent back to the Planning Commission, they would again be considering the conditional use permit with the variances and the site plan review. And with that, I would turn it over to the applicant to present those changes.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience tonight.
Have you guys again tonight. My name is Ryan Dunley with Stewart Companies. We listened to your comments that you guys presented to us last week, and we took them serious. They were valid points, and we took that time and worked with BKV and made some changes back to what we hope you'll see as representing the original design. So I'll bring up Mike from BKV, who's got some updated renderings, and we'll talk about some of those changes that we did in order to help achieve that.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I too would just want to
Want to give us your full name and
I'm sorry.
business
Yes,
address?
my name is Mike Krish, BKV Group, address 222 North 2nd Street, Minneapolis. I just wanted to mention briefly as well and reiterate, I too really appreciate the constructive discussion and feedback that you provided from the last meeting. That was very helpful. We really took that to heart. I personally thought the comments were very thoughtful and perceptive from each and every one of you, and it was very important for us to be able to continue this discussion, so thank you very much for that. Before we get into the main topic of the building design, there was one item on the site plan that I just wanted to be able to clarify and illustrate, and this had to do with the intersection midway along York at the north side of our property. To just again show you, this was in your packet, but I just wanted to clarify that what we are looking to do is be able to add the sidewalk connection that is not there at the moment. So we're adding the connection from this point in the sidewalk and the link up to the transit site over to the intersection at York, so that there's a linking piece to that. There are existing crosswalks that will be enhanced through painted striping that's already there but faded, that does connect from the northwest corner to the south across York and back across up to the north on the opposite side of the road. So the missing link is this sidewalk piece here. This element over here was a previous look at connection, but that shouldn't be on the plans. We are actually looking at where the existing crosswalks are and want to be able to connect up to that. So our sidewalks that move up north connect into that and link you up to the transit. So just a brief clarification on that.
Can I interject?
Absolutely.
We have a memo here from our Director of Engineering that's recommending we have the existing crosswalks enhanced with a thermoplastic finish, and that would be the northerly existing crosswalk and the easterly existing crosswalk that goes across York, so that both of those links. So it wouldn't be just paint, it would be a thermoplastic, which I believe is the embedded type. Is that correct, Carrie?
That's correct.
So are you amenable to that? The reason why we're requesting that is it matches a treatment in the France Avenue corridor on the other side of the project.
We hadn't heard the explanation as to how that was arrived at, but
yeah, the memo tonight was given to me before tonight's meeting.
Yep.
This up until tonight was scheduled for the city to paint. I believe, in June, if that was, I guess that is what I was told prior to tonight's meeting. If we're looking to do that, and that's what you guys do here, I guess I'll agree to that. I just don't know enough about it.
About the application?
About the application. I mean, from a paints perspective and what was scheduled in June, I was on board for that. But if you could tell me a little bit about it.
Yeah, the thermoplastic is an inlaid product. It's right outside us, City Hall here. But the lifespan on it is 3 to 5 years versus every year of painting. So that's why we were looking at that. But it's also going to match the France Avenue improvements that just got approved. So that's probably why it wasn't initially in your plan review process.
Okay.
So.
All right.
That's the standard we're using across the city.
Forward.
It's not just your project. So just so you understand, we're not.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. I will. I'll agree to do that. How about
Appreciate that.
You bet.
I'm sorry. Continue.
If I might, now the microphone is turned off completely. It wouldn't turn off before. But just if I might note, the plan that you were approved, thank you, the plan that you were approved for showed 4 crosswalks, 2 east-west and 2 north-south. It looks like what you'll be going forward with deletes the 1 east-west on the north. So I understand that this is a new application, but you're also putting in 1 less leg of the crosswalk. And I'm not sure how that works out from a dollars and cents perspective, but just wanted to note that there is a little bit of flex in both directions on that.
That's okay.
Okay.
If there aren't further questions on that, I'll move to the building design. You had received numerous renditions of the improvements, again, comparing to the original and so forth. I do want to comment on some of these items because I think, again, your feedback was very detailed and thoughtful, and I want to explain, what we did to bring this back. Which is very important. There was a memo provided in your packet as well that spoke to various topics, lightness, proportions, entry, and addressing the 3-story building as well. So you've seen some of the rationale of getting this back. Regarding the issue of lightness, part of that had to do with the colors, and there was some variations that had occurred. And part of that occurred at the top of the building where we had spandrel panels that had been changed to a dark bronze color, which really affected the lightness of the building, especially as it met the sky and the top part of the building. By changing those back to silver, it readdresses that issue of being more light and airy as it gets to the top. So that is actually a very important piece. There were some detailed, subtle color changes that had occurred, and we've returned, for instance, the cornice at the very top of the building to the champagne that had been changed to silver. That, again, caps the building. It's a detail element, but all of you were picking up on those subtleties, so I just want to point some of those items out. The windows. We revisited the windows, and the comment one was on percentage of glazing, which was addressed in the memo, as well as proportions and how the windows are applied to the facades. The previous rendition ultimately ended up with, for instance, paired windows rather than windows that had some of the windows being separated as individual windows that created vertical columns. And part of the difference there is by creating the vertical columns of windows, for instance, here on the drawing, that again creates a greater verticality to the building, which adds grace and a vertical gesture to the facade, which is different than when they get paired up. It becomes a more square, punched opening and changes the character. Another very important feature, the patio windows Previously, they were a wide, 8-foot wide window pair, and the proportions are different. Again, they're square versus having a more vertical proportion. Part of the increase in the window amount was going back to a 9-foot plus wide window that's a triple window, again creating the vertical proportions that are more characteristic of the original design. And so that was a very important piece that finds its way throughout all of the facades of the building.
It's okay.
Next, the idea of proportions. Again, when we talked about proportions in windows and the verticality of it, that also finds its way at the entry feature piece here. The last rendition was shorter. We did raise this back up to the proportions that were there previously, and again, the color changes add to the level of detail. We have a projecting cornice that's in champagne. The detail underneath that is silver, which ties into the silver frames of the storefront below that. So again, it's more integrated. The wood paneling, which previously stopped at the top of the mid-level of the window mullions, now is a proportion that's 2 feet wide and is vertical up to the cornice line. Again, so we've reinstated that to make sure that it has the flare that previous entry had, and the projected cornice moves along the ends of the piece. It's angular, yet it's as dynamic or more dynamic than originally. So with the projected cornices, it creates the welcoming and visual entrance that it previously had. In your packets, I'll move to the 3-story building. The previous design, we ended up losing some of the color. And the view that you have, it's an angular building. It's a bird's eye perspective, which does not give you a reality of what that scale of building is in person. And so I have a rendering that's more illustrative of the reality of this building. And this includes the essence of the landscaping along this backside. So the removal of the garage doors allows for pedestrian entry and access with private patios at grade, and then more of a actual park-like setting, much more greenery, pedestrian walk path. That's all very important to the quality of the project here. It's also important to note that, again, the aerial doesn't give it the detail or the justice of the proportions and the pedestrian scale of what this building is, which is unique and distinct and different from the taller buildings. And the use of color that we had in the original version allowed it to be differentiated and distinct from the taller buildings. And that was an important characteristic that we've brought back. This further illustrates, through the use of color as well as the materials, the idea of as well as the fact that these are projected bays, that it gives this 3-story building animation in multiple directions. And so it has the essence of the idea of townhouse or row house in a sense, and it's not trying to necessarily be that, but the idea of the detail of that this is a 2-story bay enclosed in glass that projects out. On top of that, at the 3rd level, the wood carries that proportion up, and yet it becomes a balcony at the top floor, so the building volume recesses back, so it has animation and movement at that floor, and the wood being raised up on the stone plinth allows it to capture some of the essence of the original design as well. So there's various components that have a lower scale two-story element, but they link together to create some animation. You know, we're showing the idea of trellis behind that again caps the top story balcony, and then the detail of silver for the balcony rails, and the column here again enhances the detail of this. So those were important characteristics in the original, and again, this is a little different because of the garages and the omission of those, but we actually think this is an improvement to the overall design. So we wanted to show you that. And then lastly, to end, again, we spent more time to give you a more realistic view of what the project, where the project is moving. We see this as a very important project for the city of Edina, for the area around Southdale. We, since day one, have looked to create a very high quality project and product, and it has always been in our intent. We were able to, through your continuance, to refocus, to understand the issues that were talked about, and we looked at those issues related to the exterior again to capture the essence that I think we had in the original design. And so this again is a rendering that's further illustrating, bringing it closer to reality with a more realistic rendering of the quality of the project. And so with that, I'll let you ask questions that you may have.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Kresh. Questions?
Thanks.
Yeah.
It looks fabulous.
Thank you.
Back to that original
It looks
flare.
good. It looks good again.
You did such a darn good job the first time around, so you set the bar high for yourself.
And we were hopeful that we could get you guys back on that track, as that's why we spent a little more time on these drawings to get you an idea of, it wasn't our intent, but we're all happy that we're back there.
I know that, but I think the
appreciate the
outcome
comment.
is what we're happy about. But I see, Member Brindle, did you want to say something? I interrupted you.
No, I was waiting.
Okay.
The one comment I heard this morning on this was, we really want townhomes, and we'll miss the townhomes, in not having them in this project. And it was actually made by Kevin Reese, and talking about when people are, it is the empty nesters who are thinking about downsizing, but not downsizing all the way to a one level. And so that's really the only comment that I got about this.
I can speak a little bit about the townhome and the market, rental market. We just brought 20-something of them in our project in Bloomington, and we found that those tend to rent a little slower. The demographic that we see moving into here, the stairs are what kind of set people back a little bit. And that's just kind of helped drive our decision to kind of move away from them. We only had 10 of them, and we did make up some of those units with some larger 2 or 3 two-bedroom dens and such, and to kind of make up for it, but without the stairs. So,
yeah, you made remarkable changes in that third building. You know, I mean, it looked nice as a curved building with townhouse units, but it's very, very nicely done now.
I think the green space around it actually helps that too from the previous plan.
I agree.
I like the entry lobby is much more iconic, which is a word we were using early on in our sketch review. And I like the top of the buildings as well, much better with the glass panels, the silver. So the coloration and the glass percentage made a huge difference in the overall look. So I want to thank you for coming back with it, and I'd like to approve the revisions with the condition that the thermoplastic crosswalks be added for the east and the north crosswalks on York per the March 29th memo from Director Hope.
I'll second.
Have you got your materials board with you, Mr. Kresh?
Just briefly.
Aren't you glad you brought it?
Yes. Thank you, Carl. Carl was responsible for all the renderings here and is an integral part of our team.
Okay.
So, yeah, if you can see this, I don't know if you can see all of it, but yeah, we can pass this in front. My basic comment on this is that we haven't changed any of the materials.
No.
So that, I think that's most important from when we originally presented the projects. And so, again, the issue of quality and trying to stick with those materials hasn't changed. So
It is interesting how the organization of those materials makes such a difference. I noted that with the former townhomes, the lowest of the buildings, shifting that L, that wooden L, up, just raised the height right back up. It gave you that, again, that height that you had in your original design.
I'd agree.
The other thing I think that you accomplished, which is really quite interesting, is to try to create buildings connected by the foyer that Member Sprague mentioned, right at 69th and York, where you can drive by or walk by and you feel like you're getting pulled in or welcomed in. It's a pretty remarkable feat, I think. So congratulations on that. And,
Thank you, Mayor.
And I want you
Mr.
to know
Nolan,
my waitress at P.F. Chang's is very excited to have all these residents coming in to the restaurant where she serves. So build it.
And Mr. Nolan, you weren't here 2 weeks ago, but we were here till 1:30 in the morning, and I admit I was kind of cranky at midnight when this came up. And I told him to go home and tell you to come back with what you said you'd do. And this isn't that, but I understand the issues you face, and you did a remarkable job in coming up with the essence of what was approved initially. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks for postponing it, so give the architects a chance to finish it off. And it does look great. I especially like what you said, and I hope you're right, that it pulls people in, because we'll need them to make the mortgage payments. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think it does. Okay.
We get a lot of confidence that you know what you're
Scott
doing.
Neal has his pen up.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to ask a quick question. Do you know when you're planning to initiate construction? Has that been timelined yet?
We've got the hurdles that we got through tonight, of course, and then we've continued to work on construction drawings, which we plan on to get back into the city, is it May? May. Then you'll have your review process. Tentatively, we're looking to start early July, end of June, early July. 12-month on the smaller buildings, 12 to 13 month, and about 15 months on the 10-story. So we're ready to go.
Great.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks for listening.
Yep. All right.
Have we voted?
Member Bennett.
We moved it.
Yeah, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are now in correspondence and petitions. I take it we have everything that the city received?
Yes.
On the dais?
Yes.
And mayor and council comments. I think Member Brindle, you are up.
All right. I have a couple. Most of you know that longtime volunteer Dorothy Brindle and my mother-in-law passed away on March 4th. She had not been ill. She had been failing a little with, as most 92-year-old people do, but she had a stroke and died a week later. And we're in the process of writing hundreds of thank you notes to all her friends and fellow flower arrangers, fellow gardeners, fellow birders. She knew a lot of people. Probably the most amazing and most touching thing is she had signed up to do Art in Bloom. Again, for this could be the 30th year she's been doing it since it started, probably. And she signed up to do it, chose a painting, and had some sketches done of what her arrangement would look like. So her friends in Floralia are going to make the arrangement for her and put it there, and then there will be a plaque in her honor there. So there are people who attend Art and Bloom specifically to find out what she did. And they go right to find her arrangement. And she has a signature design style. So if somebody can do that, that will be marvelous. So it has, and the arrangement from the city is absolutely darling, and it's long lasting. It's still going. It's a little watering can, and it's very cute. And it's at our house, as we are a veritable greenhouse at the moment with all the flowers. I recently attended the final meeting of Dewtown. The 18-month Dewtown pilot is over. Blue Cross Blue Shield hosted a breakfast at Crave, and they gave a wrap-up presentation, and each of the three cities talked about how they'll proceed. It doesn't seem to be that there's a decision yet among the cities of whether we will continue as one coalition of Dewtown, or whatever we call it. But as I mentioned in my remarks, no matter what happens, we'll have our eye on each other, watching what we do. A shout out to Richfield, because they received the big grant for the Open Streets event, which was held on Penn Avenue in September. Thousands of people were there. And spoke with Brad Beard. He said it was a fabulous event, and it is planned again for this coming September. So that's a way that all three of us can continue to support each other in our healthy community efforts. But where our process sits is that our vision, Vision 2020, Vision 20 forward, will be amended. And the Health Committee currently is working on the objective for healthy community and how health can weave its way into our city policies. So that's where we are on that. And just a huge thank you to the Dewtown staff. The way this all works is they're all looking for jobs now. They came here through Grassroots Solutions, but they were hired specifically for the Dewtown project. So they're out and looking for other kinds of interesting things to work on. Junior Police is a program of Edina Morningside Rotary and Edina Crime Prevention Fund, and it will take place in May of this year. It's an annual program. Costs about $4,000, and it's a presentation by the Edina Police Department to the city's elementary schools. And the police officers go in 1 week and present what it's like to be a police officer. And the next week, Rotary and the Crime Fund go with the officers and congratulate the kids on completing their work and learning what they did, and we award them their shiny junior police badge and a fingerprint card that's signed by Police Chief Jeff Long. So it's pretty cool. They love it. I attended my first CAPSH meeting was the annual meeting, and the monthly meetings will begin shortly. And CAPSH is Community Action Partnership of Suburban Hennepin. And it's a way to support and put a safety net beneath people who need help getting along. And so there will be more to come on that. And then Southwest Beyond the Yellow Ribbon continues on a monthly basis. We're working on compiling information for our action plan, and that takes a little over a year to do. So we're doing one section a month. And our next meeting will be Thursday, April 25th at a site in Hopkins. So it's a lot of work. Our last meeting probably had 25, I'll bet we had 25 people there. So well attended by nearly all the communities in our coalition. So it's getting good attention.
Thank you. Member Bennett.
The day after the last council meeting, 2 weeks ago, I attended the Noise Oversight Committee meeting. Associate Planner Chris Ocker and I attended, and the body did vote to amend its bylaws to make Edina one of the at-large members, which at this time is represented on the NOC itself by John Bergman, who's a council member from the city of Apple Valley. They reported that night flights are down, but complaints are up. And people who want to make a complaint about noise can do so online, but they can also do so by telephone. And if they do so by telephone, they are then invited to state the reason. So there is more content that is gathered from the people who make their complaints by telephone. That was one of my big takeaways from the meeting. I also was privileged to attend today the dedication of Yorkdale Townhomes, at which Mayor Hovland spoke. Congressman Paulson was present also, and Hennepin County Commissioner Jan Callison, and a number of people who had been instrumental in that. I believe, did they say $70 million rehabilitation?
17.
17 million. I caught the 7. And it was much earlier in the evening. In any event, it was a huge rehab project that not only rehabbed all the individual units, heating, roofing, carpeting, I think cabinetry, so complete work in the units, but also a new Advantage Center, which is, it has homework help offered. There's a community gathering space, a kitchen. The property manager's office is there. It looks beautiful. I was able to tour one of the units before I came here. And there are 3, this Yorkdale Townhomes is managed by Common Bond Communities, which is officed in St. Paul. They have hundreds of units available in different states. In Edina, they manage 3 buildings, or 3 projects: the Yorkdale Townhomes, which has been in place since the 1970s and has homes housing for single people, but also families, larger 2- and 3-bedroom units. Then also Summit Point, which is near Jerry's and is senior affordable housing, and then finally South Haven, which is also in the Southdale area and is also senior housing.
Good, thank you. Member Swenson.
There are a couple things coming up that I know Member Brindle's already signed up for the Sensible Land event on April 24th because it talks about healthy communities. From 11:30 to 1:30 sounds like a great thing to attend to as a post-due town follow-up. I know there's also a State of the Airport that MSP is doing, luncheon, coming up on April 23rd. Do we have anyone going to that? Because I will go to that. Okay. Too. And then April 19th is an all-day MSP event that you forwarded, Mayor. Do you want attendance? What?
I think if you'd be interested in attending, you should sign up as quickly as possible because there's limited room over there. So
okay.
they're already at 195 people, but it would be very worthwhile.
I'm going.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So even if you could come for part of the time, I think you'd find it interesting.
Okay. And then I know that we've all gotten things from Southview and the group that is working on issues within the city. And there are some opportunities coming up to see the kids and what they're presenting. I'll be at the tree one, but not the house one, so.
I'll try to go.
Okay. That's all.
All right, good, thank you. Member Sprague.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple pieces of, or couple of things related to correspondence. One is I saw the letter to the mayor about desiring a sidewalk from Highway 100 on 66 to Normandale Park, and it brought me to the question of when our sidewalk prioritization will be done this year. I don't know if anyone is tracking that, Manager Neal.
I don't know, but I'll find out for you.
Okay. And then secondly, I've received a few phone calls and emails about overflights in the southeast quadrant of Edina in the Cornelia neighborhood. And I corresponded with Manager Neal. It may be just the visibility of the issue has attuned people's awareness to the noise, but have we confirmed whether the frequency has changed?
We have confirmed that the frequency has not changed.
So it's simply perception.
Right.
I
And-
did
and-
pass on to those people, though, the FAA and the MAC noise websites that you would email to.
And Member Sprague, to that point, one of the things in that FAA letter that got press coverage in the Star Tribune is that the process that they are offering or going to begin will include an establishment of baseline noise levels in areas where that has not previously been measured, including Edina.
Great. Just to put this out there for the council, the 4th of July parade's coming up. So we should probably think about what we want to do again as a body. I thought that was pretty fun last year.
It was fun.
If
it hadn't been
I thought you'd come up with some idea like we're all going to be on a big hay wagon with a dunk tank.
That would be a great idea. See, that's the kind of revelry I would appreciate, especially since it's our quasquicentennial parade. I mean, we have to go big or go home. So let's just think about that now. I'm willing to do just about anything, which leads me to my next point, which is a video of the polar plunge that I cajoled Manager Neal to do along with the rest with many of our police department. We're going to watch a little video to actually witness the event.
Law enforcement officers are known to be brave and work for the common good. However, we caught up with some Edina police officers and others who went far beyond the call of duty and nearly froze in the process. What draws a crowd to a frozen lake in March? It wasn't ice fishing or snowmobiling.
This is my first time here at Lake Riley.
Law enforcement and city officials from across the metro area, including Edina, spent the afternoon at an area lake to raise money for the Special Olympics.
It's March, and we are polar bear plunging in the rain for Special Olympics Minnesota.
This is the 6th year the Edina Police Department has participated in the polar plunge, getting pledges to jump into icy waters.
We've always been advocates on helping out the Special Olympics and earning money for them.
I think there's going to be a doozy of a plunge in the coming years.
This year, over $2.5 million will be raised for Special Olympics through polar plunge events like this one in Minnesota. Funds raised help thousands of athletes across the state.
All the area and local events that happen throughout the state, over 100 competitions that go on throughout the year. We know we're 18 different sports, year-round training.
And it wasn't just law enforcement participating. City Manager Scott Neal wanted to support the Special Olympics too, but says he was encouraged by a little peer pressure as well.
As you know, it snowed 10 to 15 inches. It's pretty cold out. It would be very, very chilly to be jumping in cold water. And Manager Neal and I are doing that to benefit the Special Olympics of Minnesota this Saturday. Are you excited? Are you going to wear shorts?
I am not excited, and I'm not wearing shorts.
We asked Scott if he was wearing his jumping attire.
This is my uniform that I wear to work every day, and so that's what I'm going in the lake in.
Whether fully dressed or in costume, team after team made the plunge.
The Edina Police. Go!
Oh,
How was the water, you wonder?
That was the warmest water I've ever been in March, I gotta say.
It was much colder than I expected. Thank you.
And some, like Tony Martin, were recharged after a quick warm-up in a hot tub.
It was great. I could be out here. I almost want to go again. But
I'll wear less clothing next year, so that's enticement for all of you.
The Edina Police Department isn't done with raising funds for the Special Olympics. For the 9th year, they will also participate in the Summer Law Enforcement Torch Run. Thanks for watching this episode.
Cool.
Way to go.
All right. Congratulations. More
next
guys.
year, so my kids watched this whole thing, and they were so excited that we may have our own Sprague team jumping next year.
Oh,
I've got 4, so I figure at least 2 will go. So thank you for participating. Hope you had a good time. It was quite an experience for me as well. So that's all I have.
Yeah, great. That was. I'm glad you put that. Got that video pulled together for us so we could see it.
I actually have one more thing.
Go ahead.
And that is between now and our next meeting, I'm going to spend a week in Panama, leaving next Tuesday. It's a Rotary project that I am project lead on this end for, and so I'm going to go down and tour the sites. It's a medical project.
Cool.
Good.
It'll be warmer there than here.
I'm thinking about that.
A couple of things. Member Bennett mentioned the Common Bond sort of grand reopening today. That was really a well-done event. They've done a beautiful job remodeling over there extensively, as Member Bennett said, inside and out. I think there's about 95 units over there, 275 residents, and about 115 of them are kids. So there's a lot of activity over there. Wanted to congratulate David Lillehog from years and years of living here. Just moved to Minneapolis recently, but I think most people would think of him as an Edina person, and named an Associate Justice of the Minnesota Supreme Court. So congratulations to David Lillehog. He'll be a wonderful addition to the court, and all of us in Minnesota will benefit greatly from having his wisdom there. On the 21st of March, I attended the Taste of Southview. If you haven't been there, you guys should all do that next year. Maybe we'll do that and the polar plunge.
Or instead of.
Or in addition to.
All right.
I wouldn't be doing that and the polar plunge, but I was there as well, and it was really good.
They had, what do you think, Mary, 20, 30 different food groups?
Cultural
at experiences there, and
yeah,
it was really a great event.
They had both sides of the cafeteria set up, hallways set up with some nice decor.
I walked out of there with some leftover sushi from the Japanese table, so that was good.
Beautiful.
That was pretty lucky.
It doesn't sound good.
No, it was still fresh. It was cold. And then that morning, we also had a meeting over at Fairview Southdale with representatives from Bloomington, Richfield, Edina, and Eden Prairie to talk a little bit about the trauma center that they want to build over there, and how they'd like some of our communities, or all of our communities, to participate in that. And we'll get to that more later. And then on the 20th, also, we had a TAB meeting, and we were able to accelerate some funding for the Three Rivers Park District Trail.
Oh, wonderful.
So we got it moved up.
That's great.
I think the eastern half of the eastern half money we were able to advance because of some projects that didn't get done.
That's great.
So that's great news, and I think Three Rivers will be trying to bond for the rest of it so we can get that eastern half of the trail done. Starting in 2015.
Fall, correct?
I think so. And then they'll start this construction in 2015, I think.
2015, so that stays the same, but...
Although they may be able to accelerate construction into 14.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. Great. If Member Swenson's calculations are right, they should be able to start in 2014. So that's it for me. Edina boys basketball, when I went over to see them in the state tournament, saw the first game where they walloped Andover, and it was fun to watch them. They got some great kids on that team. All right, Manager Neal.
Thank you, sir. We have received the formal written confirmation that our project met the sunset date, so the France Avenue project did meet the date. And
Good.
Easement's in place, and that was confirmed by MnDOT, so that's good news. The HRA meeting that we need to do on Friday at 4 o'clock is an amendment to our purchase agreement with the Nelsons to provide for an extended due diligence period. That's necessary because there have been they've been doing some environmental testing of the site and need to do some more. And so that's going to take a little bit more time. The Nelsons are aware of that. They're supportive of that. So that's why that action is necessary. I believe that time period, Karen, maybe expired today or expires tomorrow, but in one of those 2 dates, we need to extend it.
So they've done phase 2 testing already? Okay.
We have, there is a bill, I shouldn't say we have, there is a bill that's it's got a hearing tomorrow called House File 1677 and Senate File 1523. And these bills are actually moving, and we got some confirmation from Gary Carlson from the League of Cities that these are being heard and are making some progress. These two bills eliminate the state's sales and use tax for cities that do not receive local government aid. So that would be a significant impact for us. So we didn't have much debate or discussion other than what I'm just telling you right now, because this bill's, there wasn't much hope for it, but apparently there is now. And so that is moving forward. And we are working on some ideas for both two events. One event is how do we recognize the demolition of the building on the other side of 100?
Chocolate.
With chocolate?
Dark, preferably.
I think we should do another polar plunge.
And also a groundbreaking for the
Chocolate.
golf dome. Chocolate on that one too.
Okay.
All right.
Hey,
Or
I'm
another-
hungry. It's 11:35.
Or another polar plunge.
And that's all I've got for you tonight. So.
Weren't we going to discuss the knock?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I'm on my agenda, yes. Since we are now a member of the Noise Oversight Committee, they have asked us to appoint a representative to what they call the at-large city group. The at-large city group is a group composed of a member and then a backup from each of the 6, now 7 cities. The purpose of this group is to have occasional meetings where they select, the person who's going to sit in the seat at the NOC meeting, but also they come together occasionally to advise that person who's representing those 7 cities. So I included the letter from Chad Luckvey in the packet. They don't need an answer tonight, but would like to have a response from us by June 1st. So we've got a couple more council meetings if you want to give it some consideration. Councilmember Bennett asked me how do other cities handle it. 2 of the 4 cities have elected members, council members from their respective city councils. 3 do not. 3 have appointed citizens, interested citizens. And St. Paul, for whatever reason, hasn't appointed anybody. So that's how it's handled in the other 6 NOC cities.
Can I recommend that we consider appointing 1 member from our council and 1 resident? I think, it's important that we keep our residents involved in this. They're pretty adamant about what's going on. So I think that would be recognizing the importance of a resident's input. I do have a few ideas based on that I'd like to, at some point, either tonight or another point, throw out. And then a member of our council.
All right. Well, we can have that discussion this evening, or we can hold it for another day. You could put your thoughts to in a written form, or isn't it
I can
required?
tell you, or do you want to think about it a little bit? I'm fine.
My first inclination was to have 2 council members, but I'm certainly willing to think about the combination of a citizen rep and a council member in the lead position.
Right. I know, for instance, you know Jim Vos well, and he has the time, he certainly has the interest to do it. He has some very good legal skills. So that would be who I would suggest we use as a resident, unless other people have other ideas based on that.
But that would be an alternate, so he wouldn't be spending any time unless the council member couldn't attend the meeting.
It's a large enough room that it's comfortable
Right.
for
Or are you
whoever
saying-
wishes to attend. And
Right.
I think that there is both technical information being presented, and then I was told at the meeting itself that it's helpful that cities have a face put with then it's a sense of peers. There is a council member from Mendota Heights on the body. There's a council member from Egan on the body, on the NOC itself. John Bergman, again, council member from Apple Valley, is the at-large representative on the body. There's a council member from Bloomington on the body. So the body itself is made up of half. The membership is divided equally. Half of the members are representing different communities. John Quincy from Minneapolis represents Minneapolis. Minneapolis council member. But then there are also industry representatives. And,
Right.
and we were told that we couldn't have a seat because they would have to add another industry rep. So you have this body, this technical knowledge being held by the pilots and other people with technical knowledge at the table. And then you have people who have learned over time the technical knowledge, but also are aware of the political issues and policy issues.
So you're saying that at the at-large meetings, you can have your at-large primary member and then your alternate present as well?
I don't know how many times the at-large folks actually do meet. I know that they did meet in advance of the action taken by the MAC last November because there was a vote. The at-large vote was carried forward by John Bergman, who then voted that vote on the NOC in favor of
The
implementing
NOC
our
meets only odd months. So it met in March, it will meet in May, so I don't know based on that schedule. They meet once every other month, and it's the odd months, and it is the third Wednesday at 1:30. So their next meeting is actually, I think, maybe May 15th or something, 17th, something, whatever that Wednesday is. But I don't know if there's a meeting of this new body before then.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't think that has a calendar.
I didn't think so.
The Fair Skies Coalition?
No, the
At large.
city group.
I don't think that has a calendar. I think that's drawn together when there's some kind of decision that's
Okay.
going to be made.
I just think it's a good way of keeping connected with our residents on this. So that would be my recommendation,
Yeah.
but we can,
I think it's a very good recommendation. I think Jim would be at these meetings regardless. He'd be at the NOC meetings regardless whether there was something
he
going
already
on
has
with this other
attended the
group.
NAC meetings, and yes.
So as an alternate, he'd be fully informed at
Yeah.
all times?
He would be.
And I think it's always good to have backup, and he certainly has the interest to do it, and he's a very capable person. And I know, Member Bennett, you have an interest in serving.
I do. I've been able to be present at the MAC hearing. I've been able to be present at the hearing before the House Transportation Policy Committee, and I know it's been a learning curve for all of us, but I am learning as fast as I can, and also have been able to attend the MSP Fair Skies Coalition meeting in Minneapolis.
Yep.
Intend to continue to follow that. And also, I think that what we discussed earlier this evening when we discussed in our work session neighborhood organizing, having that structure, having that map will enable us to keep our own community better informed as well.
Well, maybe that's the, we can resolve this right now if
I
people are
make a
comfortable
motion
with
that
Member Bennett.
Member Bennett and Jim Vos, I've already asked him if he would do it, he said yes, be our combination with Member Bennett being our specific at-large, and he will be our backup, but I expect them to work together. Is
How do you
that
spell his last name?
VOS.
VOSE?
VOS.
Jim Vos.
Okay.
I've got a
Second.
phone number for you.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. There is some legislation tomorrow, I think, some testimony with regard to Melissa Franzen's bill on safe routes to school. That's taking place tomorrow as well. So, and have you heard anything further on the street utility? Bill?
I'm not.
Okay. All right. Anything further? We stand adjourned.
Because we're dealing with